a Romanian film. I consider myself a rather big fan of silent movies. My father had a couple of reels of old, grimy, yet still elegant productions, like Phantom of the Opera, Greed, and The Cat and the Canary. Every couple of months or so, me and the rest of my family would all sit down and watch one of them with our old projector as a nice, relaxed movie night. They were always very fun, and many of my core memories center on those nights. The scream of terror I had when the Phantom's true face was shown. The happiness when the menacing cat was first arrested. The initial confusion of attempting to follow many of these plot lines, and misplaced joy and anger as I followed the story my juvenile mind created as I watched. As I have grown up, I have taken other interests and hobbies, but my love for classical silent era films have never gone away. I have made friends who collect film reels, just like my father. I have touched, held, and seen incredibly rare movies that, if listed online, would easily go for hundreds, if not thousands, of dollars. I preface this story with all the background because it is integral to how I have come across something so bizarre. A few months back, one of my friends gave me a contact of his in Europe, Serbia specifically, and told me that he had a film that he said I would be fascinated by, which also happened to be something he'd be glad to loan off himself for 200 Serbian dinars. Interested, I asked and received his contact information, and later that day I sent him an email introducing myself and inquiring about the movie, asking basic facts about when it was made and if any other copies had surfaced. His response confirmed the film was as prophesied by my acquaintance. In slightly broken yet understandable English, he claimed the movie was filmed all the way back in 1907 and was of a Romanian origin, also noting that he had not seen the film listed anywhere else, which indicated it had not only been lost but was so obscure absolutely nobody even knew of its existence, besides me, him, and his family, along with anyone else he happened to tell about it. According to him, his grandfather had bought it off a wandering salesman near the Serbian-Romanian border. He never spoke much about it, but the seller recalled his father telling him to watch out for roaming fences, citing that he himself had seen a man without a tongue, babbling about some movie, trying to sell it. It had been kept in the family ever since, although he couldn't say whether or not he had ever watched it at all, and he certainly knew he never did, because he would either not want to sell it, or there wouldn't even be a film to sell. He remembered his father telling him about how it was about some man meeting a demon, but the details were fuzzy in his head and he couldn't remember entirely. The name of the movie, Omagu Diavolului, or Homage for the Devil, in Romanian, certainly supported this. With my interest piqued, I wired him the payment. He sent me one more email thanking me profusely. In retrospect, I should have seen the warning signs, starting here. It was 3 entire pages of the phrase, thank you so much," repeated over and over and over again. And then a few more weeks later, a package arrived in the mail. Opening it up, it was a dusty, oxidized movie reel with the film wrapped around the center. I took out my old projector and screen and carefully inserted the reel, turning it on and starting the movie. I had a strange uneasiness as I watched the film move. It started with just a black screen for a couple of minutes, before coming to an establishing shot of the small town. The picture clarity was unnaturally high for a movie so old, and it was clear that the town wasn't a model, nor a set, but a real one. People moved in and out of shops and restaurants, and talked to each other on the pathways. Horses were seen carrying cargo on the cobblestone roads. After a couple of minutes of this shot, it cuts to a balding man writing something in a study of some sort. The room is dingy and dark, the only light being from a couple of candles at the table where the man is sat down. He's wearing a disheveled suit, with a plaid shirt and his pants have holes and cut off just around his ankles. I can't see his shoes, but I can infer that they are in similar bad condition. After a few minutes or so of just writing, he gets up and walks to the door, opens it and walks through. We cut to another room, very small and connecting to some sort of dining room. There's a bed at the back where we see an emaciated woman and a young girl lying. The girl has black hair, while the woman wears a nightcap. Both wear white gowns and are under blankets that cover their lower bodies. The girl sways back and forth a bit, and seemingly tries to keep away from the woman on her right, who is perfectly still, almost like a corpse. When the camera cuts again, it answers why. It's a close-up of the woman, who stares directly ahead with large, unnaturally wide open eyes. Her pupils look like that of a goat's, a long, thick horizontal line going across the eye, west to east. Notably, there is a dent on her forehead. Not a hole, a dent, as if her head was metal and a hammer had been taken to it like a nail. It cuts again, and the man is walking out of the house. He walks along the road, the camera cutting to show his walk in entirety, from all different sorts of angles, across the street, from a second story of a building, right in front of him, etc. He walks inside a building along the way, and it cuts again. The man is now in an office, pleading with what seems to be some sort of an executive of a company, an old fat man in a suit and beard. The man starts off the conversation quite normally, but as it goes on, he increasingly gets more and more unhinged. He starts screaming, acting out exaggerated gestures, and appearing to shed real tears by the end of his tirade. The fat man just laughs in his face as a response, and in return, the man slaps him across the face and storms off in anger. It cuts again. After what appears to be some time later, the man stands before an altar in a similarly dark room as before, a jagged dagger in one hand and a thick book in the other. He places the book on the altar and lifts his free hand above it, brandishing his dagger as if to slice his palm and rain the book in blood. The spine of the book had a cross on it, indicating it is a Bible. The man's demeanor is also quite off. His face cannot be seen, but his dagger hand is shaking. He turns it over in his hand constantly, as if he is anxious and afraid. After a minute or so of deliberation, his free hand wraps around the blade. It cuts without showing the slash, and the man is seen with a bandage on his hand. He is standing before a lake, appearing to wait for someone. It is obviously night, the only light being from the candles seemingly provided by the film crew, and half the moon reflecting off the surface of the lake. After a couple of minutes, the movie abruptly cuts to black before cutting again to the lake scene, with one huge difference. A horrifying creature now stands before the man, almost looking like it hovers above the lake. The abomination carries a human figure, a terrifyingly skinny one, with long and spindly arms and legs. Despite the black and white nature of the movie, I can certainly deduce that the creature is pale, glowing in the night, almost fluorescently. There's a mane of dark feathers around its neck, going down its back and its face. Oh goodness, its face. It's an ugly, wrinkled, inhumane mess punctuated by a large nose that appears almost like a pig snout, and huge bulging eyes with bloodshot vessels you could see from miles away. Around it, tendril-like limbs sprout and orbit the thing, loose flesh and fibers flowing in the apparent wind. There is no conception in my mind as to how these most likely dirt-poor Romanians were able to construct such a lifelike, complex organic prop, or even a costume, in 1907. The most likely thing is that they didn't. The entity reaches out to the man. It stares at the man for a second, and before it cuts away, I swear I can see it move towards him, if only just for a millisecond. The next shot is back in the bedroom with the woman and girl. This time the man is standing before them in his own nightgown. His expression is lifeless, one of despair. It cuts to black again for a few seconds, and the creature appears again, tendrils flowing and everything. It reaches a lanky arm out to the man, and his attention is grabbed. He then just stares at it for a second before the film cuts to black again and goes back to the scene for a final time. The creature is gone. The man is still standing at where the creature was and abruptly starts walking out, ending the scene. The next scene is not for the faint of heart, so I will spare the gory details and give a brief summary. The man walks into the altar room with a small bundled thing. The camera starts to zoom in from afar on a particular part of the bundle. The man slowly turns it, and it reveals a screaming, bawling baby. The camera zooms out again, and the man tries to shush it to no avail. Finally, he takes the dagger out again, pointing the blade at the baby. The next scene is the man returning home, and the scene is disproportionately happy compared to the horrors in the last one. The woman, his apparent wife, greets him at the door with a hug and a kiss, while the girl who appears to be his daughter jumps into his arms. His wife's head notably doesn't have the dent anymore. The man himself has an odd air about him. His beaming smile and jubilant attitude are infected by his shame and dread, something that's not immediately noticeable but can be easily seen once you do. His eyes are shifty, and the hand he held the dagger in shakes just a little bit, enough to be noticeable. The scene fades, doesn't cut, into the next scene. The camera fades into the same bedroom the wife and daughter were in, except the man is laid there instead. All of the furnishings and such are taken out of the room, leaving such a plain white room with the bed. The man coughs and turns around in the bed in agony. His bald head shines with sweat from his sickness, and he is clearly in a lot of real pain. Just when the man is laid still, the scene appears to have run its course. A sudden pentagram appears on his chest. The lines of the star and circle burst into flames, igniting the man in the blanket. Soon everything is on fire. The man can't be seen very well, but I can only imagine how fast he burnt into a human puddle. It is a clear repentance for his previous deal and sin. The last scene is a small funeral for the dead man. The coffin is already in the grave, and the gravedigger is on standby for when it is over. Only one figure is shown up, and it's not the man's wife, nor his kid. It is a tall figure whose face cannot be seen due to the wide-brimmed hat it's wearing. A priest comes into the frame with a Bible, quickly giving the man his last rites before leaving. The tall figure steps forward slowly and offers a single unknown flower, before the camera cuts to a back shot of the figure walking away. As the figure takes its hat off, I audibly gasp as it reveals two large, dark horns as it walks away. The movie ends with no credits. I have no idea what to make of this movie. It is bizarre in a way I cannot hope to be seen replicated anywhere else. The frantic editing tells me it's a movie, but the lack of set designs and appearance of real emotion, and the entity tells me it is not. I am so bewildered and confused. I fear I have stumbled across something that no man was ever supposed to see, and I hope this does not make its way out of my possession. The knowledge of its existence and contents within could paint a target on my back and lead to the destruction of my life, and potentially the backbone of many others' lives. Ever since I saw it on that fateful day, around 3 months ago, there's been an aura around my house I cannot shake, like something is always watching me, observing me, and it follows me everywhere I go around the house. Whether or not it's the effects of the movie taking its toll on my mind, even all this time later, or if it's something more than just paranoia, I'm not so sure, considering the nature of the things I saw in the film. I cannot rule out the possibility that some spirit or remnant of the man, entity, or someone else followed me all the way from Serbia, latched onto the film like a postal stamp, to finally greet me once I exposed my eyes to that wretched tape. In spite of everything, I have but one question. If the devil was only at the funeral, what in the heck was that thing that the man saw? The Cave, credited to Arch Feared. Part 1. There were originally 9 of us scheduled for the spelunking expedition, but Murphy's Law dictated that 2 of the group had to pull out due to various issues. It was a disappointment having fewer members to share in the experience, but then again, there were benefits. Less logistical problems, more space, and so on. I personally wasn't affected by it. While most of us were all close friends, I hadn't known these 2 very well. Our rendezvous was the cave entrance at the crack of dawn. I was the first one there. As usual, those who often know me remark at my attention to punctuality. Slowly, the rest of the group arrived, parking their cars and unloading the equipment that we had organized between us. As the expedition leader, I had the emergency provisions on me. First aid kit, flare gun, GPS locator. It seems quite odd that a flare gun would be taken into an underground location, but I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. We assembled at the cave's entrance. There was Jason, Alex, Karen, Samantha, Vincent, Ashley, and of course myself. Alex and I were experienced splunkers, while the rest had varying skill levels. Moderate were Karen, Vincent, and Samantha. Poor, Jason, and a first-timer, Ashley. Normally, it was against my instinct to take a first-timer into an unexplored cave, and in such large group, but he had promised to obey every command I gave him, and he agreed to carry the most cumbersome equipment on the safe parts of the trek. The cave loomed in front of us. It was typically dark and rather foreboding. Not for the first time, I wondered why it was, according to every available record of local geological sites, unexplored. Perhaps it was the isolated location, or the fact that until recently there had been no way for vehicles to access it through the surrounding forest. "Are you sure it's all right?" Ashley nervously asked, shifting from foot to foot. His earlier bravado had deserted him. "Yes. You can't change your mind once we're in, so decide now," I said flatly, turning around without waiting for an answer. He'd make his own mind up without any further input from me. The rest of the group followed me. After a few minutes of apparent indecision, Ashley hurried in after the rest of us. Soon, the darkness swallowed us whole. Inside the cave was quite larger than it appeared. It proceeded inwards for about 200 meters and then sloped down quite quickly. As per usual, I ordered the group members to buddy up, a system in which the group divided into pairs and threes and were responsible for keeping together. Ashley and I were partners, given that I was the most experienced and that he was the least. It wasn't as fun splunking when you had to care for somebody else, but it was a necessary evil. Besides, he was a quick learner. Soon, the sunlight from the cave's mouth faded. "Flares out, everybody," I ordered. One by one, the expedition members cracked their flares. As per local guidelines, each member carried 2 packs of 30 handheld flares. It may have been excessive, but the flares weren't very strong and only provided enough light for the immediate area around the user. I took a glow stick from my pack and wedged it into the rock beside me. Only I carried these, and they were quite stronger than the flares, able to last up to 12 hours with diminishing light after 8. I would use them to mark our trail back up. Slowly, we continued down. The handheld flares lasted for 15 minutes on average, and soon we reached an edge. I ordered the group to stop 5 feet from the precipice, where the ground leveled out. As you may have noticed, I am a stickler for safety measures, but not without good reason. I didn't want a death on my hands. "Ashley, crack a flare and throw it down," I said, watching to see how he did it. Ashley withdrew a flare from his backpack and lit it. Then, without moving, he tossed it forward down the hole. I nodded in approval. He hadn't moved forward from the 5-meter guideline. I crept forward to the precipice and looked into the abyss. Then, I saw it. Descending into darkness barely half a meter from the cliff's edge was what appeared to be a staircase. Part 2. The light of the flare made one thing quite clear. It wasn't a man-made staircase. At least it didn't look like one. It appeared to be hewn out of a descending rock, meaning that the original cliff would have extended further into the cave. The stairs were rough and uneven, but it was close enough for government work, as the saying goes. "What is it?" one of the group members asked from behind me. "Looks like a natural staircase of sorts," I answered, distracted. I withdrew another glow stick from my bag and planted it at the top of the stairs. "Let's go." We descended cautiously, for caves are notoriously deceptive. Ahead of me, the darkness grew thicker. It seemed palpable, almost physical. As if my thoughts were true, the flares we held seemed to diminish in the face of the abyss. After 50 or so steps, I reached the bottom. That's when I heard the crack. It sounded like a gunshot, loud and sharp. I spun at the foot of the stairs. Behind me, Jason was tumbling down at the last few steps, straight towards me. I spun out of the way and he crashed onto the floor, moaning in agony. The rest of the group hurried towards me, concerned as I bent to inspect the injury. It was obvious. His ankle was twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. Jason's face had rapidly lost color. "Karen, Vincent, grab him by the arms. Careful," I said quietly, unwilling to exasperate the situation by panicking. They picked him up slowly, his ankle dangling grotesquely beneath him. Something glinted under the crimson light of the flares. I knew it was his bone. I reached into my pack, taking out 2 small batons and a white bandage. "This is gonna hurt," I warned. The caution was wasted on Jason anyways. He was half unconscious. I grabbed his ankle and twisted. His ankle cracked again. That roused Jason from his stupor. He screamed piercingly, loud enough to hurt my ears. Quickly, trying not to prolong his agony, I wound the bandages around the batons which braced either side of his leg. The screaming stopped, but not because of the pain had faded. He was unconscious. "Take him up to the entrance of the cave and go to the hospital. If he wakes, give him these painkillers." I told his helpers, and Karen and Vincent nodded and began the arduous climb up to the surface, holding their unconscious ward. "Shouldn't we go with him? I mean, his ankle was," Ashley began, but I cut him off. "No. We came this far, and we're not going to stop now. I want to investigate this cave to the end. Remember, I told you that you couldn't change your mind," I said sharply, taking out my anger at letting the accident happen under my leadership on him. Ashley, known as Ash to his friends, but I never used that, fell silent. I felt a fleeting sense of guilt at my attitude. I brushed it off and spun around. Already Jason and the others were out of view. Around the group, the darkness surrounded us like a malevolent entity. The landing that we were on led out further into the cave for quite a while, and we proceeded incident-free, thankfully. I marked our progress with the glow sticks at various intervals. Strangely, like the flares, they gave off less light the deeper we progressed. It began to unnerve me, and I could tell that the others noticed it too. Alex and Samantha, who were incidentally brother and sister, fell a few steps behind us. Ashley to my right was silent. Finally, as the flares grew even dimmer, I saw something in the wall to my right. I called the diminished group over and cracked a few new flares to provide extra light. It appeared to be some sort of carving in the wall. I studied it carefully. The scene depicted a few humanoid forms on the ground. A few scratches of red seemed to indicate wounds. Various pillars around them rose to the roof of the cavern. But that wasn't nearly the worst part. In front of the people, the victims, I now corrected myself, was a large figure. It may have been detailed in the past, but only the outline remained. The body was scratched out. It was a disturbing scene. Then I looked beneath the scene and my eyes widened. It had a message. Part 3. The strange thing about the message was that it was in English. The carving looked entirely authentic, meaning that a caveman, if you pardon the pun, had created it. I found it impossible that the same person could have scrawled the 5 words below the picture. Behind me, Alex read it out loud. The jackal in the cave. How strange, he said. Indeed, that was the message, written entirely in capitals. I dismissed the painting and turned back to the main path. It was obviously a hoax. There was no way a caveman could have written in any script, let alone in English. Probably just some kid mucking around in days long past. But it still made me uneasy, regardless of what I assumed it to be. If it was a hoax, then why does it look so freaking authentic? Eventually, the 4 of us had our fill of the jackal in the cave, and after Ashley had snapped a photo of it for a keepsake, we continued in the cave. I was forced to light 2 flares off at a time now, to ward off the choking darkness. The diminishing effects of the flares puzzled me. In all my time spelunking, I had never encountered anything like it. I wondered whether it was a defective bunch or some other reason. It had to have a logical, rational reason. Behind me, Alex and Samantha were still locked in conversation. I picked up snatches of the heated debate as they walked. They, like me, were still pondering the origin of the admittedly ominous cave drawing. I wish they dropped it already, or at least quieted down. I looked to my right, saw nothing but a sloping cave wall, and looked away, back to the trail. I froze and turned. There among the rock I had just glanced at was another carving. I felt sick as I hurried over to it. The red glow of the flares flickered on the walls, dancing over the picture, making it look demonic under the sparse light. It depicted a scene much like the last, except there were only 2 bodies on the floor. The third was mid-air, seemingly held by an appendage, not quite an arm, not quite a tentacle, from the supposed jackal. The pillars around the scene appeared again, except with small, indistinct etchings on them. Like before, only the faint outline of the jackal appeared, the rest of it having been scribbled out or scratched. I couldn't tell which. Underneath it was another 5-word message, one that I read quickly and immediately wish I hadn't. Go back. The jackal waits, it said. I turned from the carving as the others moved in to get a good look at it and try not to panic. The air felt thin and dry, much like the air in the Andes. I'd gone climb there a few years ago and terrible things had happened, which explained my preference for underground rocks as opposed to aerial ones. But that's a story for another day, and another time. Around me the darkness was thick. I could no longer see without the flares in aid. Suddenly, irrationally, I knew if I stayed in this underground labyrinth for much longer, I would lose my sanity. But that was the mind of an irrational man talking. I leaned against the opposing wall, breathing deeply and slowly to regulate my rapid heartbeat. Spots danced in front of my eyes momentarily as I oxygenated my blood rapidly. Slowly the panic faded to be replaced by a sense of calm. I didn't get overworked often, but when I did, I tend to edge towards hysteria. Taking one last deep breath, I straightened and looked around. That's when I realized that Ashley was gone. Part 4. Slowly, I stood scanning the passage for any sign of Ashley. Samantha and Alex were still arguing over the cave carving. They were typically argumentative of identical twins. As Alex drew breath to continue his opinion, I stepped between them, holding my hands up in peace. Have either of you seen Ashley? He's gone. I said, stepping back once I saw that they'd ceased fighting and listened to what I said. No, they said in unison. I sighed in frustration and looked around the cavern. There was no trace of Ashley anywhere. He couldn't have gone far, not with that massive pack he had strapped to him, Alex said reasonably, possibly sensing the panic that I felt. The entire expedition had had its problems from the start. First the dropouts, then Jason, now this. It was like we were cursed or some other type of superstitious nonsense. I was born a skeptic and proud of it. He could have only gone forward or back, said Samantha, walking forward to the edge of the light and looking around. We should split up and... No, I said resolute. We're not going to split up under any circumstances. If Ashley went back, he'll eventually get out of the cave by himself, so we'll go forward and hope that stupid dude doesn't do anything reckless, I interjected flatly, turning away from the duo and proceeding into the darkness. After a shared glance, the meaning of which was undecipherable to at least me, they followed, and so we went. As we progressed, I felt the path led downwards. It was a marginal slope, undetected by the naked eye, but I felt myself pushing harder into the rock with each step, thanks to the extra gravity of the descent. It wasn't of any concern to me. Such natural formations were common. We proceeded even further into the depths of the cave, calling out Ashley's name as we went. Then, I saw it. It was over to the right, like the others. It was, of course, another carving. I felt sick as I scanned it. The Tyler jackal had increased in size yet again. The tentacle appendage hybrid was shorter, as if the beast had pulled it back. The previously held corpse was ominously absent from the scene. I tried not to think about what had happened to it. The pillars with carvings on them also appeared. As before, the jackal had the majority of its details erased, making it a little more than an outline. However, there was details on the edge of the beast this time. I knew the short lines represented skin, apparently leathery and cracked. Then I read the message. It was again 5 words long, and my eyes widened in the flash of shock and fear. "This is your last chance," it read. I stumbled back from the carving in fear, raising my hands in front of me, as if it was alive and coming for me. As I hit the back wall, I saw Alex and Samantha close in to study the carving. They seemed unaffected by the ominous message as I had been. I gasped for breath, winded by the sudden impact of the wall against me. I tried to clear my mind, to cut through the mix of panic and fear I now felt at having read the carving which I no longer thought was the work of pranksters. I turned to my left, hoping to see Ashley. Instead, I saw the gateway. It appeared to be a stone arch, hewn from black granite. It followed the contour of the cave precisely, creating a strange effect. Carvings of various things, symbols, letters, and pictures covered the gateway, which appeared to be seamless, without join or cut. I approached it almost unwillingly, feeling my heart rise in my throat as I stared at the ground immediately before the gateway, and onwards. The walls, floor, and roof of the cave from the gateway onwards were covered in fine, white dust. Alex and Samantha joined me at the edge of the gateway. We were silent, studying the gateway. I looked at the top and saw yet another 5-letter message carved there. "The gateway to the jackal," read the message. And the heck with it, I thought. Then, I heard the scream. It was Ashley screaming. "We have to get to him," Alex yelled, turning to me. With every fiber of my body, I resisted stepping through the gateway. I knew if we did, terrible things would happen. If I stepped through, I knew sooner or later I would meet the jackal. But I had to know about Ashley, the carvings, everything. I had to. So with a deep breath and trying to still my hands, I made my choice. Together we stepped through the gateway to Ashley and the dark beast beyond. Part 5. The first change I noticed was the ground. The fine white dust was coated on the entire cave, right past the gateway. I didn't know the origin. It didn't appear to be from any sort of mineral or rock I had encountered before. It was strange, but then, given the nature of the rest of the cave, that almost made it normal. The darkness grew progressively thicker as we advanced. I noticed we were running low on flares, about only 20 each. It was a problem, but not one I was particularly concerned with, considering the current predicament that we were in. Ashley hadn't made any noises besides his original scream. It concerned me far more than if he had kept screaming. There could be a logical reason for him not screaming. Perhaps he ran deeper into the cave. Maybe he was conserving his voice, I thought. But I was throwing up improbable answers to cover my fear. My true thought rose unbidden to my mind. What if whatever made him scream stopped him from doing so again? I felt sick. Ahead of us, not even 100 meters from the gateway, was a crossroads. The first such divide in the otherwise linear path. I had appreciated the lack of divergent paths so far because it meant that we didn't have to divide our group, stunted as it was. Appearing now, as it had, seemed like extraordinarily bad luck on our part. Seemed like that's the key point. Nothing in this godforsaken cave had been left to chance. Lost in my grim thoughts as I was, I didn't notice the object ahead of us until Alex exclaimed and ran towards it. Startled, I looked up. Alex blocked my direct view of it. All I knew of it, apparently, was that it was quite large. I ran towards it. It was Ashley's pack, ribbed and torn. Blood covered it and the immediate area in irregular patterns. Beside me, Alex stepped back tentatively, lost for words. Something attacked him, tore the pack right from his back with incredible force. It must have injured him as well, judging by the blood, I said quietly, surprised at how clinical and calm my assessment of the scene had been. That's it. I'm out. I'm going, Alex said, turning away quickly, but not before I saw the fear in his eyes. He was terrified. Samantha nodded in agreement, turning to leave as well. I didn't try to stop either of them. They would be back. You won't get a foot past the gateway, I called to them, certain that it would prevent them from leaving. I turned back to Ashley's pack slowly and began searching through it quickly, taking only a few items. I hesitated when my hand landed on the flare gun, but I took it and kept it in my hand. I knew from experience against various types of wildlife that it made an effective weapon. If I met anything that wasn't Ashley, I would fire without mercy. I stood and chose the right-handed passageway. I didn't feel scared anymore. In fact, I didn't feel a thing. Adrenaline was coursing through my system, leaving no room for fear or anything else. It grew progressively darker. The darkness was thick and cloying. As a lifetime asthma sufferer, it reminded me of the time I needed my inhaler. I knew the flares would be soon useless, regardless of whether they should be effective. Beside me, I noticed scrawling in the dust, apparently of human origin. That, at least, was no mystery. I glanced at each in turn, almost mechanically. Knowing that it couldn't be any worse, it appeared that they weren't the first people to stumble into this place. I have seen it, and it blinded me. This is its domain, taller than any human. Suddenly, I stopped. The last was different from the others, in lowercase, and appeared to be freshly written. It cut me. I'm running for my life. Ashley's writing. And then, as if by magic, I heard two things. A scream and a roar. Ashley, the jackal. They were close. I ran forward. Part 6. I felt, rather than sensed, that I had breached into a massive cavern. To prove my theory, I impulsively punched the air to my right. If I was still in that claustrophobic cave, my hand would have surely been shattered on the wall. As I expected, I hit nothing but the stagnant air of the cave. The flares provided nothing more than a dim glow. I looked at it in horror as the glow faded slowly. The fading light represented my last defense against the virtual darkness of the cave, or cave, as I felt it should be called, and its sole inhabitant. The inhabitant some call the jackal. The light faded completely. I was alone. The moment I heard the voice. It was flat and terrible and loud. It reverberated around me, seemingly without a source or direction. I spun in the darkness, the cloying, the constricting darkness, and felt my heart in my throat. I knew that if I walked backwards, I would no longer find the passageway that had led me to the lair of the jackal. Once you entered the central cavern, there was no leaving it. Just like the carvings promised, I thought.
"This is my cave,"
it bellowed. I screamed and ran. It was a futile gesture. The voice boomed around me, terrifying in its alienness and its flat, expressionless quality. The jackal was not human, nor was it even some revenant or ghost of a forgotten culture. It was something that had no place in the universe and something I wish I could never see. My heart thundered in my chest and my eyes vibrated. I could no longer even control my own body. I am a prisoner in my own body.
"The other one screamed before I took him,"
boomed the jackal, interrupting my thoughts. "Forget you!" I screamed hysterically into the darkness around me. It was a petty rebellion. I doubted the jackal even knew what it meant, but I felt better for it, all the same. Around me the darkness coalesced. It's alive, I thought. I tried to stifle a scream as an image popped into my head. Thousands of millions of bugs crawling over me in the darkness, biting, scratching, and running, and was banished moments later by the jackal's next terrible oration.
"You will remain here forever,"
it howled. I know that voice, I thought vaguely. After the voice came the footsteps. I sensed I could feel both the tremors and hear the footsteps. Hundreds of them around me, pounding the floor in a rapid and terrifying rhythm. Rolling thunder, I thought crazily, and laughed. What little sanity I possessed was rapidly being eroded away by the darkness, millions of bugs, rolling thunder, the jackal and its influence over the cave, and consequently, those inside it. I doubted if Ashley was still alive, that Samantha and Alex had escaped. I didn't even think that Karen, Vincent, and Jason had escaped alive. Even as I considered this, the jackal howled again, the flat voice echoing throughout my dark prison.
"They all died, as you will."
The jackal roared in its expressionless tone, creating a queer, wavering effect that hurt my ears. My throat burned from the lack of moisture. A headache pounded in my head and my ears throbbed, strangely in time with the footsteps. I'm just rolling thunder, I thought, and laughed crazily. Then, as I considered what the jackal had said, it can read my thoughts. It was not such a fantastical idea. The jackal had only ever spoken after I had a thought. A coincidence? I think not, pardon the pun. I considered the mental connection an idea began to form. I stopped running and emptied my thoughts, banishing the sensory manipulation the jackal used on me. The footsteps around me intensified, but I heard none of it as I shut down my senses and opened my mind. Then, exposed without the cloak of my previous panic thoughts, I felt it. The jackal's mind. It was a colossal, alien thing like a structure too gargantuan for the human mind to comprehend. It would dwarf me, swallow my mind whole, and leave me a gibbering wreck if I considered it for too long. It wasn't even natural, let alone human. Thoughts and ideas seemed to be constructed in a fashion that was incomprehensible to the human mind. In a word, the jackal's presence was dark. As I felt its presence wash over me, I steeled myself and sprung the trap. Instantly before the beast could retreat, I thought of light. A blinding supernova, more light than any human had ever witnessed. A bright inferno of light. I let that mental image expand in my mind and over onto the jackal's colossal presence. I guessed that such a creature had never seen light. Or if it had spent so long underground, bathed in the darkness which it controlled, such light, even as imagined, would do tremendous harm to it, considering that the jackal's mental abilities far outclassed my own. I was right. The instant the supernova image touched the jackal's presence, a tremendous shriek filled the chamber, immediately overtaking all the phantom footsteps that had so tormented me. I grinned savagely, despite the pain the high-pitched squeal caused my ears. That at least sounded vaguely human. It felt empowering to know that I had hurt the jackal, probably badly. I heard rushing noises around me and opened my eyes. And possibly, the virulent darkness was retracting around me. I spun wildly in the grip of the receding darkness. As I moved, I glanced around me. I was in a huge chamber, one that extended far into the distance. I saw columns and pillars and carvings, and realized that this really was the jackal's feeding ground lair that had been the subject of the ominous cave paintings. I had no time to consider that, however, as the final darkness receded, the cave that was lit by the light that had no source, my mental light, I thought, exposed its only occupant and the occupant's slave. Just like that, I saw them. Ashley, the jackal. Part 7. I could never truly describe the beast before me. It wasn't because I didn't know the right way to articulate it. I knew exactly what to call it. I simply could not comprehend the jackal. It was as if I was viewing it from the extremities of my peripheral vision. It was blurry and soft and weak. Weak because it had no hard angles or edges. No matter how hard I looked, how much I stared, the jackal remained hidden to me. A formless shape hidden under a veil of unreality. The cave paintings, carvings, whatever adjective I attached to them, were truer than I had thought, even after the jackal had turned out to be real. They depicted a blurry, formless jackal, and so it was. Yes, I knew exactly what it was. Indistinct. Ashley, however, was not. I looked at him in horror. His body was covered in blood, flesh, and other less identifiable materials. I could count at least 8 visible wounds and more red lines than I couldn't distinguish from the gore saturated his form. A gaping wound cut across his stomach, revealing intestines, pink and rubbery. Blood flowed from multiple slashes on his arms and legs. He was probably dead, certainly unconscious, but that wasn't the worst of it. His right ear had been torn off clean from his head. Bile rose in my throat as I stared at his prostrate form, horrified. The jackal had done this to him. As I thought of the beast before me, I realized that the cavern around me was silent. The jackal's screech, so loud to begin with, had been cut off instantly some moments previous, unlike the gradual decline that was characteristic in humans. Then again, it isn't and has never resembled anything close to human. I would wager every possession I own, it has no similarity to any creature of this dimension. I can't even begin to consider its true form. As I watched, it got infinitely worse. Until Ashley began to move through the air, I hadn't even noticed that he had been airborne, so enthralled I had been by his ravaged body. Slowly, never wavering in speed, Ashley began to recede towards the blurry shape that represented the jackal. I thought back to the carvings in horror. With every sacrifice it gains form, and so a greater foothold in this dimension. I wanted to rush forward and tear Ashley from the jackal's thrall, but to come within reach of the creature would mean an unspeakable end. One that I would have already faced had I not wounded it with the psychic supernova. Suddenly, Ashley stopped moving mere meters from the jackal, and I realized with a shock how the jackal had previously communicated. Through Ashley. Now I know why I recognized that voice, even distorted as it had been. Ashley's mouth opened, and from it roared the jackal.
You will suffer from using the glow against me. Suffer as he did.
Roared the grotesque Ashley/jackal hybrid. Evidently, it only knew the light that hurt it so bad as the glow. It didn't matter. The important thing was that it had been hurt, and badly. I probed my mind. No trace of the jackal's presence remained. Apparently, that part of it, physically manifested in the virulent darkness, had either been destroyed or banished by my mental counterattack. Even if I met my death here, beast, I will do my utmost to bring you with me, I responded bravely. The saturating fear and accompanying thoughts which had so crippled me, both mentally and physically, was gone. Now I could see the jackal, regardless of how well I comprehended it. Much of that terror that I had felt at the hands of it was gone, just like the virulent darkness. Even the voice was less intimidating now that it had a definitive source. It spoke again.
I have consumed many. This one is the last. I will be free from my prison.
The jackal bellowed, drawing Ashley towards him. No, I whispered. I sprinted towards them, no matter the cost. Even if it were my life or my sanity, I could not allow the jackal to consume Ashley and escape whatever prison it was incarcerated in. Such a beast would wreak unimaginable destruction on the surface. I pulled a silver piece of equipment, the last thing I had taken from Ashley's pack, the flare gun. As the jackal and Ashley came together, I drew and fired. The world exploded around me. End. Cave Children. No author. On November 22nd, a rescue party led by Dr. Marcin and Sierra into the Authoer caves of Pompeii discovered a damaged tape recorder tied up in a piece of white guideline. In none of the 4 excursions were the missing parties in question found, nor any of their supplies save for the length of the guideline and the tape recorder attached to it. It serves as the only record of the events which the parties in question experienced. 17 entries of substantial length were recorded, as well as several shorter entries that appear to have been recorded by mistake, as no speech is audible for the duration. What follows is a transcript of the audio which appears in those 17 entries. This is Dr. Mason Perry, September 12, 1996. Aircraft over the Pacific Ocean, 4:41 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. In the Authoer caves of the small Micronesian state of Pompeii, there's a breed of lizard with one of the most remarkable defense mechanisms known amongst the reptiles. It has developed the ability to hurl rocks from the cave floor, where it dwells, with lethal velocity, and targets dozens of feet overhead. Nobody is quite sure why it has developed this ability, as the few specimens currently available were found wandering around the outside of their natural cavernous habitats. My colleagues and I are traveling to Pompeii to study the lizard in its natural environment, on the first trip of its kind, to attempt to discover the purpose for which this unique behavior has been adapted. The reason no such expedition has yet been attempted, despite knowledge of the lizard's existence within the scientific community some 60-odd years, are the various local reports of the danger of the caves. The folklore of the indigenous Tanichan people, native to this area for thousands of years, tells the progeny of the earth demon Ban Dolth dwells within the caves, guarding the entrance to the subterranean kingdom. These demon children are said to slay any who attempt to make passage through the caves, which were sealed off until roughly 1,000 years ago, when the heavy rocks which covered the mouths of the cave range were moved to construct ancient buildings by foolish men. Folklore is simply folklore, of course. The Tanichan are not an isolated tribe. They are a perfectly modern people, and seldom take the old myths and legends of their culture as literal fact. However, on 2 separate occasions within the last 70 years, young men have set out into the caves to prove their bravery and return with terrifying tales of having seen creatures exactly like those described in the old legends. They told of large 4-legged animals with pale, translucent skin, characteristic of cave albinism. These creatures had severely arched backs from each of the 4 corners of which they protrude, spindly limbs bisected by single outward-facing joints, and at the bottom tips which were flat feet. They lumbered about like awkward spiders with wriggling left-to-right motions of their bodies, which appeared flexible. They had 2 large immobile protrusions on their back which were thought to conceal wings, though they were never seen to fly. Jutting out from beneath their 2 front legs was a round head and a single enormous red eye which blinked rapidly. Both young men, having seen them only at a great distance and from safely high above, described them as living in a group of perhaps 30 or 40, consistently murmuring in a low buzz. When this group spotted the young intruders, they suddenly let out a high-pitched shriek, which in both cases frightened off their visitors. The latter young man claims that the initial immobilization with utter terror and was able to summon the strength to run only after they darted towards him with terrifying speed. Because of these sightings, belief in the children of Ban Duluth has persisted amongst the Tanichan, and they refuse to go into the caves. My colleagues and I suspect what the young men believed they experienced was heavily colored by the local legend. However, we appreciate that some sort of large crustacean may live within the caves all the same, and as such has taken certain safety precautions. We have brought binoculars and night vision capabilities so that we can make our observations at a safe distance from any cave life, and without the need for artificial light sources which might alert it to our presence. To the latter end, I am also taking research notes verbally, and with a dictaphone to avoid the need for light by which to write, should our headlamps need to be turned off. Because no guides for the caves exist, we have brought several thousand feet of highly durable cord to mark our paths as we traverse the caves. Each of the 4 of us also has semi-automatic handguns with 15 rounds. Hopefully we won't have to use these last. This is Dr. Mason Perry, September 14th, 1996. Mouth of Dolth Oral Minor, 3:18 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time, plus 11 hours. We are preparing our descent into the Dolth Oral Minor, the smaller of the 2 largest caves in the Dolth Oral range. We would have preferred to select a cave other than the ones in which the children of Ban Duluth had been purportedly sighted, but this was the one of the only 6 caves in the range that the local Tanichan guides were able to or willing to lead us to. We have suited up with all of our necessary gear for the scientific spelunking adventure, including a 3-day supply of water and food. Our aim is to remain in the caves for a maximum of 18 hours on this trip. If it should happen that we would need more time to find the rock-tail lizard on a single expedition, we will return better prepared for a longer stay. Still, one can never be too cautious. I am joined on this trip by Dr. Jeanette Briggs and William Kincaid. Dr. Marcin and Nada fell ill after ignoring our group's admonitions and sampling a rather exotic local dish upon landing, and so will not be joining us on this initial expedition. A woman's voice can be heard in the background. "He's gonna miss all the fun!" Should it happen that we discover a new species of crustacean within these caves, we will make an informal note of the benefit of our colleagues back in the States. The woman. "Okay, Mason, the lines are tied off. We're ready to go." This is Dr. Mason Perry, September 14th, 1996, inside the Dolth Oral Minor, 4:36 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time plus 11 hours. A periodic echoing clank can be heard in the background. I am currently watching a mature rock-tailed lizard specimen lift and sort rocks. When the lizard lifts a rock, he will turn it over several times in his prehensile tail, then set it back where he found it. If he comes upon a flaw in the rock, he tosses it up and out of the way of the cave floor. It seems as though the lizard spends some amount of its spare time making sure that its rock supply is more usable in the event of an emergency. A man's voice, also hushed, can be heard nearby. "Look, Mason, a bat just flew into the ceiling." There's a long silence, then a sudden squeak followed by a thud. "Whoa, did you guys see that? Goodness, that was freaking fast." The lizard picked up a rock and then the bat fell off the ceiling. It happened so fast I didn't even see the throw. The lizard is just currently eating the bat it just killed. You know, Jeanette, we thought that this was a self-defense mechanism, but it looks like it's hunting bait. A series of extremely rapid clanks are heard. "Holy cats, what was that?" The woman breathless. "Goodness, Mason, did you see it? The lizard was trying to hit it. I think it scared it off." Dr. Mason Perry, September 14th, 1996. Inside the Dolth Oral Minor, 4:45 a.m. Dr. Briggs saw one of the children. We now suspect that this is some type of an arachnid, or possibly some sort of insect rather than a crustacean. It was climbing on the ceiling when it appeared. We didn't notice it, but the rock-tailed lizard sure did. It whipped up a series of rocks at it with shocking speed. Dr. Briggs was one of the only 3 of us to follow the trajectory of the rocks quickly enough to catch a glimpse of it. According to Dr. Briggs, it was probably close to 5 feet in total length and perhaps 2 feet high. She didn't get a good look at the crustacean, but she did confirm a single blinking red eye in the center of its head. The woman. I'm not sure about this, Mason. You didn't see what I saw. I don't want to be anywhere near that thing. I say we head back. Dr. Briggs is shook up about the whole thing. Dr. Kincaid and I, however, are anxious to press on. Perhaps it's just because we want to get a good look at these children ourselves. The young men who visited these caves reported that they spent approximately an hour wandering inside them when they discovered the nest. So, given the time spent observing the first rock-tailed lizard specimen, I figured it's maybe 20 minutes more into the cave until we see it. Dr. Kincaid had been trying to assuage Dr. Briggs' fear by noting that we'll be safely high off the ground and, unlike the young men who visited before us, we will be armed. The woman. Stop talking to your dang tape for a second. I'm right here, don't you freaking narrate over me. I want to head back. That thing was so freaking fast, don't you understand? You saw how fast those lizards threw rocks, and it got out of the way of all of them. These things are quick when they want to be, Mason. I do not want to be here to find out when they see us. Okay, Jeanette, how about this? Would it make you feel better if we use the night visions from here on in? That way they won't be able to see us, so they've got nothing to worry about. Jeanette, you've seen animals on expeditions that we know can kill humans easily. What's the first thing you learn about those animals? What did you say the whole way here? The woman. That if you leave them alone and stay out of their way, they won't bother you. Exactly. Look, Jeanette, these things are cave spiders, right? Spiders aren't aggressive creatures. If we leave them be and we stay out of their way, they can't even see us, we'll be fine. The woman. I guess. Okay, I'll go, but I want this to go on the record. On the record that you keep recording that I think that this is a mistake. Duly noted. Dr. Mason Perry, September 14th, 1996. Inside the Doth Aral Minor. I think it's about 5:15 a.m., but I don't want to turn on my watch light. We can see them. I don't think that this is the nest that the locals describe, though. There are only about 4 of them here. Everything they said about these things is true. The big eye, the spindly legs. I can't speak of its gray skin or the eye's redness, though, through the goggles, but Dr. Briggs confirmed that earlier. I was expecting the wings to be larger, though. The rigid coverings only seem to go about halfway down the back. We are still at a pretty substantial distance, and even with these binoculars, I can't get enough clarity to make out a lot of the details. But I don't see a mouth on these creatures. They have 2 vertical slits just below the eye, it looks like. I think these are nostrils of some kind, which is leading me to doubt that these creatures are any sort of arachnid or insect. And actually, hey Bill, does that look like a tail to you? Where? The one closest to us. Look carefully. It sort of follows the arch of its back, but it's just hanging there. Is that a tail? Yeah, I think it is. Are these things reptiles? I don't think so. The back curves down and the tail follows it. Lizard spines don't arc like that. I think these things are mammals. They look hairless. That's not unheard of subterranean mammals. And it could be short fur, right? I can't tell at this distance. Okay, you've seen them. Can we go now, please? Yeah, we probably should. Marcin is going to want to see these things for himself anyways. Ah, shoot. This is Dr. Mason Perry, September 14th, 5:43 a.m. We've retraced our steps back to the area where we first observed the rock-tailed lizard in action, and something's wrong. We followed the line up ahead about 300 feet and saw that it led us across a shallow pool of water. We could easily cross it, but none of us remember crossing any water. Everything past this point feels extremely unfamiliar to all of us. The woman can be heard sobbing. She then says, "This is what he does. This is what he does." This is how he punishes trespasser. This is what he does. Jeanette is taking it pretty hard. The woman upset and angry. This is what they said. They said that Bandolth imprisons people in these caves. Didn't you listen? This is what he does. He's getting us lost, trying to confuse us, trying to draw us in deeper. His children have seen us. They know that we're here. And we gave them time. We gave them time to retie our lines on a new path that leads us farther into the cave. Try to calm down, Jeanette. No cave demons trying to get us, okay? This is what he does. I wanted to turn back. I wanted to turn back a long time ago. We could have turned back, but you wanted to do your freaking research, and now we're all dead. We're dead. Do you understand me? Dead. We're going to follow the lines. Jeanette doesn't want to, but she's more afraid of staying here alone. It's possible that falling rocks or rising water could have changed the terrain and we didn't realize it. If we get to the end of the line and it turns out that something did bite through it, at least we'll know. The way I figure it, it'll be dawn soon. Daylight should be an easy source for us to follow and exit to, if worst comes to worst. What the heck are these things? We've been following the line for about an hour, and about 20 minutes ago we saw 2 or more of them. They were standing rear to rear with their hindquarters touching and lurching back and forthing into each other, grunting and buzzing with their eyes wide open and fixed on nothing. It looked like mating. I know insects will sometimes breed end to end like this, so now I'm doubting my suspicion that they were mammals. I don't believe they saw us, but we've turned off our headlamps just in case. We're currently proceeding with night vision from here on in. This is Mason Perry. Dr. Kinnickade is gone. He slipped off an edge and hit his head before falling. I don't know where he went. I presume he's unconscious. As soon as he fell, Jeanette started running. She says that one of the children grabbed his ankle and dragged him down. I went to go back for him, but she refuses, and I don't have the gear or skill necessary to climb down that edge by myself. We're leaving him, I guess. Hopefully we can get back here in some time and try to save him. Oh no. Dr. Mason Perry, September 14th, 1996, inside the Dolth Oral Minor, 7:27 a.m. Our line was definitely cut. The line led us directly to a ridge above the nest, so I suspect it was a prank by young locals. Naturally, Jeanette insists that it was Bandolph's children trying to punish us. What we saw was grotesque. One of the creatures hung off the wall about 20 feet from the ground with its head facing the ceiling. It gave birth like that. 6 or 7 offspring fell directly down onto the ground. The youngest died on impact, and a few more were killed when several of the adults mauled them. The 3 that survived only did so by viciously slaughtering their attackers. We saw them feasting on one of the slain corpses, and we ran. At this point, we were exhausted, so we set up camp. I'm taking first watch while Jeanette sleeps, if she's able. I killed one. It came up to the camp and I shot it. We were wrong about these animals. They're simians. They look disturbingly human. I suspect a heretofore unknown strain of hominid. They have no eyes. They're totally blind. What we thought was an eye was actually a mouth, opening and shutting. They don't have wings either. It's a ribcage. The creature looks like a human that walks upside down with its stomach pointing upwards. The mouth appears to be on top of its head because of its inversion. What I thought was the tail was actually the animal's genitals. They are extremely skinny and their legs appear substantially longer than ordinary human legs. They lack the much appreciable muscle mass, however, which is odd considering the speed at which they move and their tendency to climb. They have opposable digits on all 4 pedal extremities, though it's apparent that the ones that should be feet are underdeveloped. I suspect the lack of muscle mass is owed to the creature's light weight. There's no way that this thing weighs more than 90 pounds. It's definitely hairless, covered completely in translucent white skin. Jeanette freaked out when she saw it, but she's calmed down considerably since then. In fact, she's calmer now than she has been since she first saw the creature. It could be that she knows what it is now, but I suspect it has more to do with the knowledge that these children can be killed. She agreed to take a second watch and let me catch a few hours of sleep. This is Jeanette Briggs, daughter of Samuel Briggs, human child of the land man god Christ. I now understand my duty. I'm going to return to the nest of the children of Bandol to offer myself as a servant to the earth god. I shall never escape the caves, so I will make myself a new home in Dolth Elena, his kingdom beneath the earth. I'm leaving this message for Mason Perry, that he might join me. Crap, Jeanette disappeared. Crap! She left me a message on my machine saying that she went back to the nest. Obviously, she's panicking worse than I realized. I have to go after her. If I don't make it back, whoever finds this, please tell my kids that I love them. And get out. Get out now if you're still in the caves listening to this. Press stop and run. Listen later. Oh no, oh no, oh no. This is Mason Perry. Crap. I don't know what time it is. I think it's, 9:30 maybe? Jeanette is dead. When I got to the nest, Jeanette was standing in the middle of it, taking off her clothes. The children. They watched this. They were in a circle around her, just watching, and Jeanette, she bent over backwards like one of them, and they came to her. Oh no. There were two, one on each end of her, and they were violating her. And another came up and tried to get in, but the other between her legs wouldn't stop thrusting and got out of the way. So the third one, it grabbed her by the torso and just started pulling. It ripped off these huge chunks of her skin, of her muscles. She just ripped open, and then they all went for it. And then the two more did this on the other sides, and then more started ripping holes, and pretty soon she was just a pile of wet meat. Oh my gosh. There was nothing left, but they just started eating it. She never screamed. She didn't even make a sound at all. I think that she wanted to die. It's been 2 weeks since I came into these god-forsaken caves. I have long since ran out of food, and my efforts to catch rocktail lizards have netted me nothing but injuries. I've used the first aid kit in my pack to disinfect them and bandage them up as best I could, but I'm concerned about my ability to treat further injuries. I found some water which looks clear enough to supplement my water supply. Hopefully the rocks have done a passable job filtering it. I've seen several children since Jeanette's death, but they don't come near me. I think it's the corpse of one of their own in my campsite that scares them off. I have a theory about the origin of these creatures. I think that they were once a group of early hominids who were trapped in these caves when a rock slide closed the cave mouth. I think they clung to the ceiling as much as possible to stay away from the rock lizards, or perhaps to get the drop on it when they were hungry. I suspect they developed their upside-down hang to give them better visibility of the tiny lizards on the cave floor, and help them see incoming rocks. Over time, their bodies changed to accommodate this lifestyle. They were a formidable enough predator to walk on the ground again. When outside of the nest, they seemed to come down to the cave floors only to mate. By the time the rocks were finally cleared away from the mouth of the cave, they had become so dependent on the cave's darkness, they never ventured outside again. I'm out of options. I need food. I'm going to eat what meat I can salvage from the carcass at my campsite. Hopefully it'll give me enough strength to, get out of here. I think it's been a week since I ate from that carcass. I didn't get any immediate indigestion or signs of food poisoning, but since yesterday I've felt very ill. Lately I've come to wonder whether Jeanette was right about the children. At first I thought they might be primitive hominids, but I can't explain the guide wire. How could they have been smart enough to cut through it and lead our line to their nest? I don't think it was a prank anymore. I don't think anyone who knew the story of these creatures would attempt to strand another human being to its dark hell. I thought that the children might have cut through the lines out of curiosity and carried it with them as far as they could to their nest. But today, I realized that it had been tied up at our campsite. How could they have known to knot it that way? I think that they were intentionally trying to trick us. Is this the thing the Tanichan call the Bandoluth responsible? Is there some superior intelligence or power guiding these creatures? And does it build its army of the children from the humans it traps in these caves? Are the children of Bandolth ancient hominids or disfigured humans? I can barely separate fact from fantasy in my mind. My watch slipped off my wrist 2 days ago and shattered. I've lost all sense of time in the interim. I'm losing weight too quickly and I expect to die soon. My eyes feel gummy and infected. Yesterday I decided to start a fire to cook some of the carcass. I couldn't risk any further infection and no other food has been available. There was no wood, so I burned some of my clothes. Once I'd eaten all the meat on the carcass, I realized that I had lost the only thing keeping the children away from the camp. I tried keeping the fire going throughout the night in hopes that it'd scare them away. I'm naked now, and the fire is gone. I've considered trying to burn anything in this dictaphone that seems flammable, but I've since thought better of it. I'll be tying this recorder to the guideline in hopes that any rescue attempts might find it, though given how long I've waited, I doubt anyone is coming. My back is killing me. The tape ends here. According to the testimony of Dr. Encieta, the rescuers spotted several of the creatures mentioned in the tapes during their second trips into the cave. On their fourth trip, when this tape was found, they opened fire on one which approached their party, scaring it away. They described this last as stoutier than the others, and with what appeared to be bandages wrapped around its arms. Before we get into this video, I wanted to give a quick shout out to Masked Writer Chris for submitting this story. The story is titled, I Don't Want to Go Down to the Basement. There's Something Down There. The apartment my family, me, my parents, and my little sister spent my childhood and teenage years in was a big red brick monster. It had a basement 3 stories below our apartment that was stifling in the summertime and frigid in the winter. If I'd had my way, I would have had a drum kit down there to jam on, but the neighbors would have killed us, even though we got along just fine with them, except for the people who lived downstairs from us, a mother and daughter. The mother had to have been in her 60s. The daughter was grown but still living at home. The daughter was nice. My sister and I got along with her. It was the mother who was the problem. It was always something with her mother, who was loud, seemingly always angry sort. We often heard their vicious arguments coming up in angry metallic ghost whispers through our radiator pipes at night. We couldn't usually make out what they were saying, but boy, were they mad about something. It always got back to us that she talked trash about us behind our backs, and she always gave us stink eyes whenever we met in person. Both our parents worked, and we kids were usually left to ourselves, but we were always told one thing very firmly by both our parents. Do not go into the basement unsupervised. We just looked at them, nodded and smiled, and left it at that. Something about how the old lady downstairs didn't want us in there, and given how mean she was, we listened. We didn't like her either, so it worked for us. The summer I turned 18, however, I got into my head that I was grown, and I could do whatever I wanted to. Besides, who cared what an old bat downstairs thought anyway? She was obviously crazy. I decided I was going to see what the big deal was about. One humid summer Friday in mid-July, when the folks were off at work and my sister was out with her friends, I went for it. I slowly unlocked the kitchen's back door that led downstairs to the basement, pausing only to stifle the years of conditioning in the back of my mind. I took in the worn and faded black and white kitchen floor, the sunlight streaming through the window, the natural white appliances around me. I hung on these prosaic images for some odd reason. It was like something was telling me to enjoy these things while I still could, because something huge was about to happen. Something life-altering, even. After a couple of moments, I shook my head and scoffed, as though the Metallica t-shirt I had worn would protect me from whatever might be down there. Needless to say, I wasn't thinking deeply. I slowly descended the old wooden stairs to the basement, moving quietly with my hand on the banister. Apprehension slowly built in my gut as I got lower and closer to the wooden basement door. It had cracking old white paint, a deadbolt, a wired window in the top half, and slightly rusted hinges. A really determined attacker would have likely kicked it in with moderate effort. I paused, feeling my body hair tingle, then I ever so gently undid the deadbolt and eased it open. The basement had a concrete floor with a series of wood-slat storage cubicles along the walls. Sunlight from outside dappled the slats with mellow gold as dust and musty scent of concrete tickled my nose. There wasn't much here other than a couple of 10-speed bicycles that looked like they'd not been used in some time. Without warning, I let one rip with a whopper of a sneeze from all the dust. My sneezes are not quiet, and I usually muffle them, but since I was by myself, I let rip. A faint shuffling noise came from nearby, and my heart nearly stopped as I spun to see who it was, but there was no one there with me. Nobody that I could see anyway. I thought I heard a soft hissing, and that was enough for me to get out of there quickly. I quietly slunk upstairs to the safety of our apartment and retreated to my room to crank my stereo. A good dose of Motorhead always cured what ailed me, and Dr. Rock soon had me headbanging joyfully. When my sister got home, she stuck her head into my room and rolled her eyes at her hopelessly uncool big brother antics. It wasn't until I flagged her down that she stopped. She knew I was serious when I actually stopped the record player to talk to her. The look on her face when I told her what I was doing was priceless, because it was such a perfect look of shock. Mind you, we got along well enough. She was, however, at the age where it was mandated she acted otherwise in public. Naturally, she had a clean-cut jock boyfriend with a bright future in football. Never mind that a deaf man could hear how fake he was when sucking up to her parents. Of course, he thought I was a loser with questionable sexuality. At age 16, she was their bright star of hope, and I'd be lying if I said she didn't work that angle at times to her full advantage. Unlike me, who aspired to be the next Lemmy Kilmister, to conquer the world armed with a bass guitar slung around my neck. Never mind the fact that I was a straight arrow whose worst traits were his long hair and band t-shirt collection. Never mind that I used music as a means of staying out of trouble, and I was effectively straight edge. Never mind that I had good grades and was considering music college, to my parents' dismay. My being helplessly unpopular with the girls didn't help matters. I was the screw-up in their eyes. But that's neither here nor there. My sister stared at me in shock, then sputtered out, "Are you serious? You actually went down there? What did you see?" I told her, and she seemed disappointed at first. Inevitably, it came down to, "You're not going down there again, are you? I won't tell on you, but come on. You don't know what's down there. It could be anything." When I told her I was going to, she sighed and said, "I don't know nothing. I still think you need to stay out of there," but she trailed off and left my room shaking her head. I went to bed that night with my mind whirling. I was keen to see how much further I could push it. My youthful arrogance totally shut down anything resembling common sense. As soon as our parents were out grocery shopping, and my sister was out with a boyfriend, I quietly headed down to the basement again. I was doing my best to ignore the Ramones song playing in the back of my head about how I didn't want to go down there all the while. Once again, I silently walked into the huge sunny open area of the basement. I felt my tension and my nervousness ratchet up as I heard a soft shuffling nearby. I traced it to one of the storage closets, which had a large, heavy new padlock on the door. Was there something, or even someone, in there? Screwing up my courage to the max, I took a peek through the slats. I could have sworn I saw something move in there. I drew back with a stifled gasp and hurried out to safety, light, and normal life. Sunday, the day after, I had to stay around due to everyone being home, but I swore that the following day, I'd try to take things even further. If there was someone living down there, what the heck were they doing there? What was up with the lock on the door? Why was that person locked in there? Did I want to know? My diet of cheesy, gory horror movies made all kinds of ideas brew in my mind as to who or what it could be. All of which I thought were alternatively crazy or totally awesome at the same time. Did we have our very own suburban equivalent of Stuart Gordon's Castle Freak down in our basement? Sunday dragged on and no amount of playing records or playing the bass helped time go by. I went to bed full of anticipation, excitement, and increasing confidence. I could do this, I kept telling myself. I could take a closer look at the basement's weird inhabitant, with nobody the wiser. Right? Right. When I finally fell asleep, I had creepy dreams all night that ultimately woke me up with a stifled cry. I barely remembered that particular dream, but what jerked me awake was a creepy, high-pitched, distorted voice, saying something like, "Mommy?" For some reason, I couldn't tell you why, that woke me up shivering. I don't scare easily, too, at least not from horror movies. I can handle that because I know that they're not real. I could handle gore effects for days in movies because they were so over the top. I could laugh about them afterwards and say, dude, that was sick, but something about this dream made me stay frozen in bed, even though I had to pee badly. There was something especially freaky and out of place about it. It seemed like someone had been right by my ear saying it. Finally, my aching bladder forced me up, and after taking care of business, it took me some time to get back to sleep. By the time I woke up again, it was nearly 11 a.m. The parents were at work, of course. My sister always kept her doors closed, but I didn't hear her snoring after a minute of listening. The dream was only a faint memory as I unlocked and opened the back door to head downstairs. Only this time I was surprised to see the door to the basement itself was unlocked. That's weird, I thought as I slowly opened it and slipped into the area, only to be greeted by the downstairs crazy neighbor lady. It would have to be her, right? Almost as soon as I turned around, she was in my face and all over me. "What are you doing here? Get out! You didn't see anything." Her voice was its usual harsh, angry bray, but was desperation I also heard. She was tall, thin, had bushy, copper-colored hair that was obviously dyed, and big, thick glasses. She wore ugly floor-length house dresses most of the time and was not the prettiest woman out there. Then again, she was always glaring and frowning. As we stood there, me standing in shock and her snarling at me, I noticed two things. One, she had a sack in her hand that had spots of red on it. Wet red spots. Two, I suddenly heard a sound from the corner of the room. It was a wordless whimper that made my hair stand on end. A frantic banging noise started up from where the closets were. As that happened, she had a brief moment of panic. Very brief. Then she stepped up to me and snarled, "You don't know nothing, got it?" At that point, my teenage flash left me. I gave a quick nod, turned, and rushed out as she closed the door behind me. But just because I didn't sass her, didn't mean I went away immediately. I crept up to the door and put my ear to it, and heard her doing something I'd never heard before. She was talking to somebody in something other than a working tone of a voice. She actually sounded sweet and loving, of all things. I couldn't make out all what she was saying, but it sounded something like, "I'm so sorry, sweetie. The bad boy's gone now. It's just you and me now, sweetie. Mommy loves you." What made me pull away with a shudder was the noise that greeted her. That same weird voice that made me shiver. It sounded like a really big cat, or even worse in this case, a person imitating a cat. What the heck was going on in there, involving her and whoever or whatever it was? And what had been in that sack? I knew bloodstains when I saw them, believe me. The thoughts that raced through my mind were hysterical as I quickly tiptoed back into the kitchen and retreated to my room again. This had to be something that our neighbor had kept hidden for a really long time, because this had been going on for as long as we'd lived there. As in since my sister and I were in single-digit ages. She must have had some serious pull with the landlord to keep this a secret for this long. Why else would she have been scared of letting anybody else know about whatever was down there? But my limited real-life experience was soon eclipsed by me being a horror movie buff. I was soon coming up with all kinds of ideas as to what or who was in our apartment building's basement, all of which were cast off as fast as I thought them up. I flopped down on my bed with an exasperated sigh as my brain ached from it. I needed to see more. I had to find out once and for all just what was in that closet, no matter what the crazy old bat had to say about it. She couldn't be home all the time, right? Unless maybe she never left home for just this reason. One way to find out, I firmly decided. Even after another night of scary dreams that woke me often, I went back downstairs to the basement once I was alone that following day. I was deranged from a lack of sleep and driven by something in my mind, compelling me into who knows what. The next thing I knew, I was making my way to the little closet in the corner. I didn't hear anything this time, but I still slowed down as I got closer and closer to it. My heart was pounding hard enough that I thought whatever was in there could probably hear it clearly. I paused in front of the door, breath catching in my throat, my ribs vibrating with every heartbeat as I peered between the slats. I glimpsed something pale, lying still, and I also smelled feces and urine. It smelled like something had crawled up someone's butt and died. I saw what looked like someone's back turned towards me, with vertebrae poking through to an unhealthy degree, someone's skin and bones. I gasped, and the next thing I knew, a pair of jaundiced eyes were staring into mine. My terror was intense as I heard the same weird voice I'd been hearing in my dreams, but I didn't run this time. It sounded both puzzled and sad as it said,
"Hello, friend?"
I thought I'd known what loneliness was, being an outcast was, but I heard more loneliness and sadness in those two words than I'd ever known in my young sad life. Something in the voice of this poor guy, thing, whatever it was, awakened sympathy in my heart. I finally found my own voice after a few seconds, stammering. Yeah, friend." I was nearly whispering in awe at what was happening.
"Yeah, friend. Good. Need friend."
I even felt tears stinging my eyes as it said what it said next.
"I like friend."
Something in that voice just made me realize just how petty my feelings of being left out by my peers were in the grand scheme of things. Here I was with a good life in comparison. I got to come and go as I pleased. I had food and clothes, records, a bass guitar, a room of my own, and a roof over my head that wasn't a musty, bare concrete. This poor guy, I thought it was a guy anyways, didn't have any of that. I thought of Mary Shelley's Creature, and it hit me that this guy was a real outsider and an outcast. Some things just put life into perspective. "Hey man, what's your name?" I spoke quietly and gently, and took a moment to introduce myself properly.
"Name?"
It sounded uncertain. Yeah, you have a name, right?" "Everybody has a name." I was surprised when he repeated the same word, as though it was new for him. Did this guy not have a name? I thought for a second, then said, "Hey, can I call you Frank?" Short for Frankenstein, of course, knowing full well, as a movie buff, that that was the doctor's name, not the creature. Hey, it was the first thing that came to my mind.
"Frank. Yes, I like Frank."
That weird voice came through the wood. I found myself smiling in spite of myself, because whoever this guy was, he didn't seem all bad. He just wanted someone to talk to. I knew how that felt, and found myself feeling sorry for him. It hit me right then, though, that I best get back upstairs before I was caught again. "Listen, Frank, I gotta go now, but want me to come back and visit you again? Is that okay?" Frank's voice cracked with emotion as he replied to me.
"Yes, please, come back."
I forced a lump out of my throat before I could speak. "I will, man. See you again soon, Frank. Don't tell anybody I was here, okay? I'm kinda not supposed to be here."
"Okay,"
Frank said, sounding happy. I quietly left the gloomy interior and listened a moment to make sure that that crazy lady wasn't approaching. I made it back upstairs with no incident this time. Back in my room, it hit me that this was something big. I knew that this was something I had to keep to myself, even if it meant that poor Frank only had one friend in the world and was stuck in there. I didn't want anybody else to know about this. Heck, I was surprised that the crazy old bat hadn't gone stomping to my parents to scream at them about me. So much as I wanted to dangle this on my sister's face, I decided to stay quiet about this development. The next couple of weeks were interesting, to say the least. The days I got to spend time with Frank were marked by me being amazed at how naive about the real world he really was. Talking to him was like talking to an overgrown toddler sometimes. But he was eager to listen, so I cut him all the slack. I told him about music, about girls, about pretty much everything I could think of. He eagerly listened to me, and it was gratifying. I had a couple of close calls with the crazy lady, but on both occasions I had legitimate reasons to be down there. as in taking out the trash and stuff. She threw me the stink eye on both occasions, and I threw attitude back at her, because I was getting pretty ticked off. You see, apparently she was his mother, and judging from what little Frank told me about her, she was crappy to him. Mind you, he had no idea about, birds and the bees. He just knew that she was his mother. He implied that she talked down to him and kept him in the state of arrested development for God only knew the reasons on her end. He also said she often slapped him around and screamed at him, and he couldn't fathom why. I started getting angrier about it over time. Because us young headbangers are rebellious, and we hate the idea of our freedom being infringed on, which means we don't want that to happen to our friends and our loved ones either. He had no idea who his father was, but he mentioned having awful dreams about something watching him that scared him badly. Something that didn't sound normal or natural at all, based on what little he told me. This made me think God only knows why. Was his father even human? Part of me thought he'd had to have been, because who would want to get with her? As soon as the thought crossed my mind, a shiver went up and down my spine, and I put it aside instantly. But it kept coming back to haunt me at the worst times. It made me feel like I knew something that I was never meant to know about. Every time I thought about it, I gave up in short order because of how creeped out and jittery it made me feel. The nightmares grew worse and more frequent over time, too. I didn't let it get in the way of my regular visits with Frank, though. I was able to lose myself in how happy he was to know that I was there. I had no idea what I could do to help him, but I had to do something. But what exactly? That drove me nuts. I had no idea of what was about to hit the fan that one particular morning. I woke up from one of my worst nightmares yet that involved sharp teeth, blood everywhere, and Frank screeching in rage. As usual, I went downstairs when I was alone. On the way down there, mayhem broke out in the basement. I heard the crazy lady ranting and blows landing. When I got to the door, I shuddered when I heard a heartbreaking whimpering responding to her angry voice. "Frank!" I then heard the part that made me see red. "You weren't even supposed to exist. You don't even have friends. Who the heck would want to be your friend, you sorry freak? I hate you enough as it is." That was it. I heard enough. The next thing I knew, I was running across the basement. I saw her standing in the doorway of the cubicle beating on Frank, and I went berserk. I was able to grab her arm and violently drag her away. I was yelling at her to leave him alone, and the look of shock on her face was satisfying. At first, she was off balance and I pulled her away, but then she was screaming back. Then she started wailing on me. She could hit too. Unfortunately for her, I wasn't having it. I fought back, dragging her further away from the cubicle and weathering her blows as best as I could. This was satisfying because it showed me that she wasn't so frightening after all when someone was fighting back, just like the bullies I dealt with in high school. Until something came up and clocked me on the side of the head hard. I didn't see what it was, but my head exploded and my vision was blurring. I struggled on blindly until whatever hit me hard hit me again, harder. I staggered and she beat me down, cursing me with every blow. It was one of those times I wish Dad hadn't been so thorough about teaching me to never hit a woman. An inhuman screech sounded in the background, cutting through my daze.
"Leave him alone!"
Suddenly, she had something else to worry about as she began screaming in pain. Not "ow, I hit my head" either. I heard Frank snarling like an angry animal as she babbled incoherently over the sounds of violent struggling. I then heard wet, ripping noises that made my stomach turn. Her screams reached a frenzied pinnacle and were cut off by a final tearing noise. I threw up hearing this sickening burble which followed that noise. When that died out and a final thud sounded, it got really quiet. I smelled a raw, coppery stench in the air that hit me in the back of my sinuses. I had a bad feeling I knew what it was. I didn't want to know. Unfortunately for me, my vision cleared up at that moment. I wish it hadn't. I looked up and saw it. It was crouching by the body of the crazy lady, who looked like she'd been through a meat grinder. She lay in a widening pool of thick, sticky red from her torn throat, her house dress ripped to shreds. Her face was frozen in terror, staring at the ceiling blankly. This wasn't a slasher movie, this was reality. It was no coincidence that I lost my taste for that kind of thing after this incident. But believe it or not, that's what terrified me the most. I heard a girl scream from nearby. Was that my sister? It looked up and let out a guttural hiss that sent whoever it was fleeing upstairs. It then turned its jaundiced, bulging yellow eyes onto me. Eyes I knew and a face only vaguely human. It had an unnaturally wide mouth that was now slathered with gore, a mouth full of way too many sharp teeth. There were prominent cheekbones, flabby lips, and a weak chin, all of it framed by long, greasy, straggly dark hair. Everything about its lanky, bony body was just off. The eyes were too round, the mouth too wide, the arms too long, and there were what looked like withered fins on its arms and legs. There was even atrophied webbing between its long fingers and toes, both of which were tipped with long nails that looked too much like claws. Its skin was a pale white on the bottom, fading to an unhealthy yellow on its back and sides. What was this thing? I thought as it stood up, outlined in the sunlight from outside. Even worse, it smiled at me, or tried to anyways. Seeing that mouth trying to smile was the most terrifying thing I've ever seen. Even worse.
Friend. I like friend.
Goodness gracious, I knew that voice. Frank seemed happy to see me for the first time, until he realized his only friend was frightened of him. A second later, the most intense look of hatred I've ever seen on anyone's face took over. A look that made me scramble away from him as fast as I could. He glared down at the dead body of the crazy neighbor lady, gave an inhumanely high-pitched snarl, and started vigorously ripping into it. After what Frank had told me about the past treatment of him, and seeing it firsthand myself, this was definitely vengeance of a sort. I had to turn away my head as the smell of methane choked me. I could hear him growling and hissing as he proceeded to angrily tear her body apart limb from limb. This was the lonely outsider that I had reached out to over these last few months? This thing that was tearing apart and maybe even eating the body of his mother. Leave it me to befriend something that looked and acted like Gilman's long-lost cousin. What was I thinking? I dry-heaved as I heard a car pull up quickly outside. I heard my sister's voice frantically greeting whoever it was, as heavy footsteps charged downstairs to the basement door. They stopped there, and I heard a man's voice declare, "Oh my goodness." Frank looked up and snarled with blood dripping from that inhumane mouth. A second later, he was drowned by gunfire that was deafening in the enclosed space. I scrambled out of the way like a sensible person would, for once in my life. After what seemed like forever, the newcomers finally stopped shooting. I heard them swiftly reloading, heard slow dragging and slithering. I looked up to see Frank, shot full of holes, crawling towards me.
Sorry, friend.
I was overcome with grief for some reason when he said that. I'll never forget the sad look he gave me as a policeman moved in to finish him off with a point-blank headshot. Everything then became a blur as I went to shock. Or was I already there and finally noticing it? At that time, an overdue and merciful blackout hit me. I came to in a hospital bed with a headache from hell and feeling eerily calm. Sedatives and really good painkillers probably, I thought as I looked around and saw my family by my side. My parents were scared and worried, and even my sister's facade of snottiness was absent. They asked me what had happened down there, but I couldn't find the words to answer them. I just found myself staring at the ceiling in a daze. At that point, someone entered the room, and a man's voice quietly addressed my family. I heard them file out of the hospital room and close the door. After a moment's silence, the man addressed me. "I'm Agent Hopkins from the FBI. For all intents and purposes, that subject you saw down there does not exist. You did not see anything. Second, you are not to discuss it with anybody, not even your family. If you say you saw something to anybody, we'll know about it, and there will be damage control. Do you understand what I just told you?" His voice was flat, hard, and a matter of fact. The pauses in that spiel said all I needed to hear about how my life would be if I disregarded anything he said. Maybe it was the drugs in my system, but I just nodded. I let his words wash over me without any sarcasm or a wise guy demeanor on my end, because who would believe me anyway? People thought I was crazy and stupid already since I was a headbanger and a horror film fan. They'd probably just laugh in my face the way they always did if I told them anything about this incident. I finally took a look at him before he left. He was middle-aged, Ordinary. Gray hair, dark suit. Pretty generic, really. But something about his eyes made me shiver, and I immediately turned away after a couple of seconds of looking at him. He walked silently out of the hospital room without fanfare, and the dead silence that followed was more deafening than any concert I've ever been to in the past. The sense of hopelessness I felt at his words were overpowering. As a good little headbanger kid thinking that I was anti-establishment, this day was what rammed it home for me about how pointless that attitude was when the establishment was like this. The people who could just casually swoop in and take away your life, your family, everything that mattered to you if you stepped out of line. Here this suit and tie guy was just expecting me just to get over it in a blink of an eye. No way, man. But the worst part of it was, even being young and stupid, I lost a friend. Weird and creepy though he'd been. If it hadn't been for his looks that had gotten him cooped up for his good, he might have had a chance at a normal life. My life was perfect in comparison, and this incident made me painfully aware how accurate that was. I knew that I'd never feel exactly the same about my life from now on. I was in the hospital overnight, then they released me with painkiller prescription and not much else. I couldn't help but feel that I was being shunted away. Home life wasn't much different, except my parents must have thought what happened had been punishment enough for me. But it also felt like they were walking on eggshells around me. Between that and the FBI guy verbally slapping me down the way he had, I was not a happy camper. It took me months to wrap my head around what had happened. Even then, I had a hard time dealing with it. After I got past the anger over the whole thing, I was seriously depressed for some time after that. That stupid therapist I had to go to didn't help at all. All he did was talk down to me, and that sucked hard. I didn't tell him about Jack either. Mom and Dad must have gotten a talking to from the FBI guy as well, because all they did was back off of me with their hands in the air, pretty much. And so it went. Then came the day when the crazy lady's daughter came to see me, and she told me she didn't hold anything against me. I heard her out since I had no problems with her. She told me that she'd argued with her mother numerous times about putting the poor guy out of his misery, since he was so deformed. But her mother always vehemently denied that option. Something about how it was her responsibility to take care of him, and immediately the memory of the way she'd been assaulting and screaming at Frank that day reoccurred. I told her what had happened, and it didn't exactly qualify as taking care of Frank. "I know," she said. Then she dropped the bomb. Her father had died when she was little, and she never knew who Frank's father really was, only that her mother had gotten pregnant again after going away on several occasions with a group of creepy old people in dark clothing. She didn't remember much about them, but she did remember the night Frank was born. She remembered that her mother had given birth at home after a rough pregnancy, with the people in black overseeing the delivery. The screaming she'd heard from the bedroom that she'd been ejected from had scared her half to death. The noises of her little brother taking his first breaths had made her blood freeze, and she'd never forgotten her mother sobbing in horror as she screamed, "Oh my goodness, what have I done?" Frank had always been imprisoned in his room from day one. The first time she sneaked into his room to peek at him, she stopped at the cradle's side, stunned at what she saw. Her mother had tanned her hide for this, and she'd never done so again afterwards. It was so strange, haunting time. Her childhood had always been, and she'd left as soon as she came of age, but the creepy folks in black suddenly appeared made it very clear that she was staying there, like it or not. For otherwise she'd be shrinking her duty, as they put it. She lacked the courage to stand up to these sinister strangers, and she was frightened that they'd come for her now for telling me anything. I blurted out, "Wouldn't they do that anyways now that Frank was dead?" That was usually how it happened in the movies anyways, that the bad guys would waste no time in eliminating those who had outlived their utility. "Oh, it will happen. They have ways of knowing things," she said with a shudder before excusing herself. I just sat there staring at my Metallica and Slayer poster for a while after that, to think that the cults like that existed in the real world. H.P. Lovecraft had been onto something. I thought his implications sank into my brain. Then it hit me like a brick. Was that guy in the suit really FBI? I abruptly recalled that he didn't flash a badge of any kind. Was he one of those men in black I'd heard about on the internet? I went to bed full of tears and laying staring at the ceiling the way I had a habit of doing. Sleep? What was that? That was for normal people with families who actually loved and communicated with each other. At around 2 a.m., as I still laid there, stark awake, I suddenly heard through the radiator pipes, "Oh no, oh goodness, no! Leave me alone!" She started screaming and crying hysterically. I laid there shocked at what I was hearing, trying and failing to get up. My body felt numb, sluggish, but my brain was racing a mile a minute. I couldn't budge. An especially blood-curdling shriek through the radiator pipes, as bad as the crazy lady's final scream had been, broke the spell on me at last. I charged to her front door and unlocked it as fast as I could, then I hauled tail downstairs to the neighbor's doorstep. It didn't occur to me why my parents didn't even try to stop me, and I didn't care. I saw that her door was ajar and I banged through it into the living room of her apartment. The streetlights outside were just bright enough to illuminate the room. What I could make out in the dim of her living room rooted me to the spot, terrified. Then the stench hit me like a speeding truck, a stench of rotting fish and a human waste combined. My jaw dropped and my stomach churned as I took in everything before me. Several large figures were surrounding the crazy lady's daughter, whose pajamas had been partly torn off. She was on her knees staring up at the people around her. The people surrounding her were tall and gangly, and something wasn't right about them. As they turned to face me, I noticed their clumsy movements and the way their clothes were bulging as they looked my way. Unfortunately, my eyes had adjusted to the gloom and, holy crap, those faces looked more like fish than people. I saw wide mouths, bulging eyes, shark teeth, stringy hair just like Frank's. The deep croaks they let out at the sight of me made me shudder. As I stood there staring, I felt something hard pressed against the back of my skull. A familiar voice spoke from behind me. "You should have stayed in bed, kid." The men in black sounded even colder and more businesslike than he had in my hospital room. My heart jumped into my throat as the crazy lady's daughter let out a soft whine that said she'd been long since checked out from this scene. "We'll have to change the story we've given the police and the media to accommodate for you. That's not important. The issue right now is, how did you manage to break the spell we've cast on this building?" He sounded a tiny bit baffled at that thought, but that didn't help. My legs were quivering and my brain was working overtime to try to figure out what I was going to do. He didn't give me time to come up with anything. "Turn and look at me. It won't hurt. Much." That was all it took to turn my bowels to water. Something crept in his voice that told me that his looking as ordinary as he did was for a reason. "Don't be a hero. Mr. Glock would have something to say about that. Just look at me." So was that it? All I had to do to get out of this was to look at his face? Couldn't be too bad, I thought in desperation. Of course, I was terrified over what might happen. Darn my overactive imagination. But if I could avoid catching a bolt in the head, I was all for it. Right? Right. Okay, I'll do that, I said. I wasn't able to keep my voice from quivering and the sounding too high-pitched. I slowly turned and heard a soft, menacing chuckle coming from him, which scared me even more. It sounded downright cruel. I thought I heard a noise, and even though I didn't know what it was, I had no choice, so I kept going, only to see something that shut my brain down instantly and hard. I came to in a fetal position. I was perfectly happy where I was, on the floor, safe and sound. Then, a memory jolted me to my feet, shooting a frightening glance all over. Oh my goodness. Was that still here? A flickering of undulating black tentacles whizzed past my mind's eye, and my brain reeled on its legs. The sun was up, lighting the living room on what would normally be a pretty autumn morning. Normally was the key word, because right away I saw something that made me freeze again. Eyes widening in horror. The crazy lady's daughter was sitting on the sofa, grinning idiotically. Her eyes were glassy and staring past me. I looked behind me and saw nothing, then slowly back at her. When we made eye contact, she twitched and I about jumped out of my skin. She looked right at me, and a hideous giggle came spilling from her mouth. A giggle that I found myself joining in with, because we both seen something not for human eyes or minds to comprehend. I found it just as funny as she did all of a sudden. Then it hit me hard. An image of writhing tentacles where a man's face should be that were so black that stood out in the dimness of that room assaulted my mind's eye. We kept giggling, which then turned into shrill laughter. I sat on the floor on the other side of the coffee table, pointing at her and laughing nonstop. At some point, it turned into both of us shrieking terribly. I'm not sure when, but that's how the guy in the white and the police found us when they arrived. I didn't resist when they carted me off. I was too busy laughing, sobbing, and trying to tell them what I'd seen, but the words just wouldn't come. The reason you're getting this story at all is because I'm writing it down on my cell here at the institution. I have mechanical pencils and I have snapped and gone through numerous leads committing to this paper. Papers I have kept well hidden, since someone might get cute and swipe them. The doctors were able to restore my mind, mostly. But even with the meds I've been given, I can't unsee what I saw. I can't remember the last time my family visited, and maybe that's for the better. I have a sneaking suspicion that maybe the man in black visited my family after he was done with me. I don't want to know what might have happened to the crazy lady's daughter. Did I mention I can't unsee the things I saw at the apartment complex? Even with the sleeping meds, the dreams come and they won't stop. I keep hearing the evil chuckle and that cold, flat voice telling me that I saw something I wasn't meant to see. No joke, Sherlock. It made me realize that yes, there really are things out there that we humans aren't meant to see or know about. We are better off being oblivious about them. I was no longer oblivious about this, now. I spare you the other things and the things I saw in my dreams. I was all too aware about their all too real world, now that lurks at the outskirts of the world we humans think is safe, good and solid. Heck no. The world we need to worry about is the one that we conveniently ignore, even though it's right under our noses. The world full of unspeakable things that will strike us raving mad if even a glimpse of them is caught by one of us humans. The dreams happen every night, and the worst part is, these sleeping meds are so strong that I can only wake when they finally wear off, after the eternity of every night on them. I can't not take them either. They make sure that I take them no matter what here. Even though these people mean well, they just don't get it. They nod, smile, and pat me on the head, but I can tell that they don't believe me. They're too busy thinking that I'm too crazy to know what I'm talking about. But I know better. I can't take it anymore. There's only one thing that will end this, I hope, though the man in black disagrees with me. In the dreamscapes, he opens up for me every night so he can torment me from wherever he is. He says it's a futile idea. I've smuggled a spoon from the dining hall and I've ground an impeccable point to the handle. As soon as I finish writing this, that point is getting rammed into my ear and into my brain so I can finally end this torture. Will I really be tormented by the men in black? Only one way to find out. If there's an afterlife, let's hope that it's well away from this world that they inhabit. It's bedtime now. Good night, world. Good night, my life. Here's to hoping that I'm right about this. Wish me luck. Something tells me I'm going to need it. I found a dark and lonely road. Written by Shadow Swimmer 77. I try to live my life without too many regrets. I have had highs and lows like everyone else, sure, but I do what I can not to worry too much about what could have happened if I made a different choice, if I maybe hadn't taken the road less traveled. I figure everyone's going to make the best decisions they can with the information that they have available to them at the time. Going through all the what-ifs is ridiculous, because the only way you would have made a different choice is if you had some other detail, which of course you didn't. Hindsight is perfect, and even then, you can never be sure exactly what the sequence of events might have looked like if you'd gone right instead of left. And yet, there's one choice I made, one road I took, that I just couldn't help but wonder how things might have turned out if I'd done something different. My job has me move around pretty regularly. I'm not going to get into what I do, that has no bearing on the story. But a couple years ago I was working in Philadelphia and living on the other side of the Delaware River in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. I am originally from northwestern Pennsylvania, and since this was the closest I'd been to home since I moved out of college, I took the chance to see my parents whenever I could. I knew I'd be moving again before long, and my folks aren't getting any younger, so I try to find a weekend every month or so to make the 7-hour trip to visit them. If I'd been thinking about it when I was looking for places to rent, I would have probably tried to live on the west side of Philadelphia instead of in New Jersey to avoid the traffic during rush hour. But by the time I realized it, the lease was signed and there wasn't much I could do. The drive to my hometown was pretty boring, honestly. I'd take the Ben Franklin Bridge across the river, head up I-47-6 for an hour or so. Then a long slog across basically the entire expanse of Pennsylvania on I-80, before another hour north on I-79 to Erie, Pennsylvania, where I'm from. The only variance in the drive was how long it would take to get me through Philly, because once I got on the 476 extension, I could typically predict my ETA within 5 or 10 minutes. My second summer in Jersey, I'd taken 2 weeks off and planned on spending the second week in Erie. Things changed the first Wednesday though, because a big storm blew through and knocked out power in a good part of the area where I was living. Dealing with 90-degree heat with no air conditioning wasn't something I particularly felt like spending the first half of my vacation doing, so after one uncomfortable sweaty night, I let my parents know I'd be heading over a few days early. In retrospect, I should have left first thing in the morning, but because I had a couple things to take care of before heading out, by the time I finally got on the road that Thursday, it was past lunch and getting towards mid-afternoon. For whatever reason, the traffic in Philly was particularly heavy, and by the time I finally got through town, I was a good hour behind schedule. Still, based on my normal timeline, I figured I'd still be able to make it in time, early enough to grab a dinner and a beer with my dad and brother before crashing in for the night. 2 things I hadn't taken into consideration were the number of other folk that apparently had the same idea to get out of town that I did, and the road construction that must have sprung up in the time since my last trip home. The interstate highway system is a heck of a thing. Being able to zip along at 65 or 70 or in some remote places like West Texas, even faster than that. Making cross-country automobile travel take a fraction of the hours it would take otherwise. I can't tell you the number of times my folks have reminisced about the days before the interstate, when going to see friends outside of DC would take almost twice as long as it does now. What's truly remarkable to me, though, is that even though the entire system of highways was built start to finish in merely 35 years, it sure seems like when parts of it go under construction, they stay that way forever. Traffic was uncharacteristically heavy, but moving, and I was making decent time, until I saw the first orange warning sign letting me know that 4 other lanes were reducing to 3, and then 2, and then 1. Hundreds of cones stretched down the road as far as the eye could see, and see I certainly could, as the cars in front of me reached a complete and total standstill. It was one of the worst deadlocks I'd ever been in. Seriously. I think I moved a mile an hour. After about 3 hours, my stomach started grumbling. With an exit just ahead and no end to the traffic jam in sight, I got off and found a diner to grab some dinner. Even if traffic miraculously picked up, I still had a solid 5 hours of driving ahead of me, so at that point I knew for sure it was going to be pretty late that I was getting in. After finishing eating, I got back on the road. Things looked like they were picking up for a couple of miles, but then I came back to the back of the end of the traffic jam, and was right back to waiting. We were moving a little bit better, I think averaging about 5 miles an hour at this point. But as the sun started edging towards the horizon, I pulled out my phone and started to see if Google Maps could clue me in on any kind of workaround. It's a funny thing about human nature. Most of us don't like to sit still. Studies at airports showed that people would rather walk farther to baggage claim to get their luggage, even if the total time would have been less if they'd have a slightly longer wait at planeside. Well, the power of the internet appeared to be in my favor. Although I-80 still showed as dark red bands for another 50 miles or so, there was a southbound country road coming up in a few miles, and a northbound a couple after that, either of which looked like they'd let me pass the worst of the traffic. Since I spent the better time of the day sitting on the road, my patience was about worn out, and I opted to take the southbound road even though the app told me it would ultimately take me 30 minutes longer to get to my parents' house. I just wanted to get moving again. And the reason at this rate is it might take me more than 30 minutes difference to get to the northbound route anyways. And that is a choice that will haunt me until the day I die. I made the turn off and immediately felt my mood improve. The signs alternated limiting my speeds between 35 and 40 miles an hour. But even that seemed like flying compared to the logjam I'd spent the last several hours in. The drive was interesting. The road started a little twisty, with plenty of elevation changes as it curved up and around the hills of central Pennsylvania. It took me on a general southwest diagonal, but turned and doubled back on itself enough that for the first 30 minutes or so, I got regular views of the stalled traffic on I-80. Pretty soon after that, though, just about the time that the sun was just dipping beneath a couple of hills in my rearview mirror, the road took a long curving tack and carried me back down and away out of sight of the interstate. Now, something that a lot of people don't realize is how big of a state Pennsylvania is. Sure, there's plenty of bigger ones, but Pennsylvania is deceptively big. And it is remote, isolated. Heck, the translation of it means Penn's Woods, after all. The Blair Witch Project didn't have to embellish the aspect of this state. The fact that you could head into the woods and walk for dozens of miles in any direction without seeing anything like another human being. It's got a decent number of big cities. Pittsburgh and Philly both have enough of population to support major sports teams. But away from those centers of development, the Harrisburgs and the Pottsvilles and the Scrantons and what have you, there's a whole lot of nothing. Nothing and trees, and a dark and lonely road. Such was the road I was traveling that night, winding through the twists and turns of the Appalachian foothills. I moved around a lot, I mentioned, traveling through most of the continental states anyways. I sometimes used to wonder, when I'd be driving along a patch of asphalt surrounded by untamed wilderness, what it must have been like to construct such a road. What had it been like before men had intruded with our civilization and our machines? What had lived there? I don't wonder anymore. Not since that night when I went left instead of right. The way continued to twist, back and forth, up and down, as I would wound deeper into the foothills. The trees grew thicker, branches from either sides of the road reaching over and almost touching, forming a natural canopy, 20 feet up that blocked out much of the sky and the stars above. I drove with my high beams on, because the idea of the streetlights had never entered the minds of whoever built this road. The painted lines were old and not well cared for, and I found myself gradually straddling the faded double line, partially running down the middle of the two lanes, to keep some distance between myself and the trees that increasingly encroached on the pavement's edge. I've never been a particularly good navigator. My parents used to say it was because I spent my childhood with my nose pushed into books during car rides, but I personally just think it's because I'm bad at it. So it was that, despite there no possible way I could be lost, as there were no other roads that I could have possibly turned onto and gotten off track, that I more and more frequently found myself checking my phone to ensure I was still on the right path, which is how I almost ran into the other car. My mind was wandering, thinking about the fact that my signal bar had dropped and remained at 0 for the last 20 minutes. And what kind of implication would that mean if I should have some kind of emergency? I raised my eyes back to the road after Google Maps confirmed for probably the 20th time that I was still good on my route choice, and after my brain took a beat to process that I was rapidly approaching was a vehicle stopped in the middle of the lane, slammed my foot on the brake. I stopped in time, but not by much, with maybe 5 feet separating my hood from the other car's rear bumper. My heart was pounding in my chest as adrenaline coursed through my body, but my fear quickly gave way to anger. Seriously, what the heck was this guy doing? Not only was he stopped in the middle of the road, but all his lights were off. If I hadn't had my high beams on, there was a good chance that I wouldn't have seen him before I was practically on top of him, even if I haven't been checking my phone. I could feel my pulse beating in my veins on the side of my neck. I'm not somebody particularly quick to road rage, and after a couple of quick breaths, I managed to get a hold of myself. Not wanting to outright alarm anyone that might still be in the vehicle, I shifted reverse and backed up about 20 feet, popping on my hazards. that's when I started noticing a few odd things about the stopped car, more than just the fact that the lights were out. Of course, it was halted directly in the middle of the road, but that wasn't unreasonable since there wasn't any shoulder to speak of that the driver could have moved onto. The strange thing, though, was that the doors were open. Those on the driver's side even seemed to cross slightly into the oncoming lane. And on further observation, I saw an item drop out onto the road by the rear driver's side door, something that appeared to be a child's stuffed animal. I considered my options, and after a few seconds, decided that I would have to go against my better judgment just to keep going on my merry way and head outside to get a better idea of what was going on. I said earlier my job doesn't have anything to do with the story, which is mostly true, but before you judge my decisions too harshly, it bears mentioning that I spent some time in the military. An obligation to help people has been drilled into me over the years, and I've seen enough things while deployed to feel I could handle myself. And so, I got out of my car but kept it running. I popped the trunk to grab a flashlight I kept there and left my headlights on so I could see what I was doing. I looked up and down the road, hoping to spy any signs of cars approaching, but no luck. "Hello?" I called to the other car as I cautiously started my approach, circling around to the left towards the middle of the road, so I'd be able to get a look inside before I got too close. "Anyone there?" No answer. The beams from my headlights helped some, but there was still enough shadow to still obscure the car's interior. Shining my flashlight, though, easily determined that there was no one inside. I moved closer, stooping down near the road to pick up the fallen object off the ground. It was a child's toy, just as I suspected. A stuffed rabbit with well-worn patches, showing signs of frequent love. I frowned. If the folks traveling in the car had to hitch a ride with a passerby, they would have taken the rabbit, or the kid would have thrown a conniption. I shut the rear door and moved up to the front. I put my hands on the hood and found it was still warm to the touch. That meant it couldn't have been there for very long. I slid into the driver's seat to try and figure out if there was some kind of mechanical issue that would have forced the car to stop, and was startled to find that a set of keys was still dangling from the ignition. Pressing the brake, I turned the key and the ignition started right up. Headlights and the dome lights and the roof sprang to life. Fuel, oil, temperature, battery, all the gauges looked good. Not even a check engine light. Curiouser and curiouser. Then I saw the purse in the passenger seat. I picked it up, a normal brown shoulder bag, and briefly rummaged around before finding a wallet inside. Everything appeared to be intact. About $40 in cash, a couple of credit cards, gym membership, Sam's Club card. The driver's license named the owner as Mary Walker, a pretty blonde that just turned 30 a month before. A couple of pictures showed Mary in staged poses sitting on a blanket under a tree whose leaves were turning red and yellow, captured in the thrall of autumn. A huge bearded lumberjack of a man hugged her from behind, a small ponytail girl with a goofy over-exaggerated smile on her lap. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. A shiver ran down the base of my spine. Something was very wrong with this situation. I put everything back in the purse and returned it to the seat, turned off the car and got out, shutting the driver's door behind me. I pulled my phone out of my pocket and dialed 911, holding it over my head to try to get a connection with no luck. Cursing softly, I jammed the red end call button and moved around to the passenger side of the car. I played my flashlight around and noticed that some of the foliage at the end of the road was bent and trampled, like someone had been walking through it. I didn't have enough woodcraft to be able to judge how long ago they might have passed, but even then, I couldn't imagine any scenario for why they would have gone wandering. Shining my light into the woods, the beam only extended maybe 30 feet through the trees before effectively being swallowed up by the greedy blackness. Looking at the flattened foliage, at the stuffed rabbit in my hand, then at the dark trees crowding maliciously, my thoughts teetered back and forth between what I should do. I made up my mind. I'd been trained to help people. It was hardwired into my system. There was a child somewhere in those woods. I raised my foot to take a step into the beaten path, and that's when a white flicker of movement entered the very edge of my flashlight beam. It was Mary Walker. She was naked and walking stiffly, unnaturally. Her arms swayed out of sync with the rest of her body, like a marionette manipulated by an inexperienced puppeteer. "Hello?" her voice called out. "Anyone there?" More shapes came into view behind her, shambling along. Here the bearded man who must have been Mary's husband, their little daughter, owner of the well-loved rabbit, both naked, both moving as oddly as their wife and mother. And now I could tell that there were more. Many more. Their forms indistinct out of the direct light, but so many they caused the darkness to pitch and swell with their odd staggering passage, their voices a chorus. "Hello?" they called. "Anyone there?" Parroting back the questions I'd asked only a few short minutes ago when I had approached the abandoned car. I took a stumbling step back, away from the woods and the approaching automatrons, tripping into the walker's car. Catching my balance, I involuntarily shone my flashlight up into the pitch recesses of the branches, and in so doing, I could just make out, barely, a sort of darkness crouched hidden in the upper limits, a void even darker than the trees. Was it my imagination? Those lines of pure blackness that extended from the concealed mass and seemed to pierce the flesh of Mary Walker and her kin, and the countless other shapes moving in concert with them. "Hello? Anyone there?" I sprinted back to my car, engine mercifully still running, headlights and hazards flashing welcomely. "Hello?" I shifted to reverse, miraculously keeping enough of my head to avoid running off the road as I completed a 3-point turn. "Anyone there?" I chanced a glance in my rearview mirror. The pale form of Mary Walker stood halt just at the edge of the forest where the trees met the road. One hand was raised, beckoning me to return, or perhaps waving goodbye. Her face a mask of confused sadness. I pressed the gas and drove back the way I came. I did not look back again. The rest of the trip was a fog. At some point I made it back to the interstate. I called my parents just to let them know I wouldn't be getting in until late. I drove on autopilot. The traffic jam had cleared up while I was off. I thought about calling 911, but didn't. What would I have told them? And to what end? There was no one left to be helped. I try not to go through life with too many regrets, wondering about what ifs, but this one, this choice. What if I had left earlier in the day? What if I hadn't stopped for dinner? Maybe I would have still gone left. Maybe I would have been right there in time to help the walkers. Maybe I would have been taken by that black thing fishing in the dark. What if I'd gone right? Would I still be ignorantly going through life, unknowing that there are other things out there? I try not to think of it too often, but every now and then, my thoughts turn to that stuffed rabbit. It wasn't until I reached my parents' house that night that I realized I still had it clutched in my hand. I used to wonder before men brought their roads and civilizations, what was the wilderness like? What lived there? I don't wonder anymore. I can't afford to. At least if I don't want to wake up screaming. And no matter how bad the traffic, I always stick to the interstate. Demon or Poltergeist Ghost in my duplex. Submitted by 420 Stoner Babe. I live in Arkansas. Lived here the majority, if not all, my life. I had experienced in all forms UFO sightings, ghosts, demons, including the Hat Man, and the occasional sleep paralysis or a dream in another dream that I couldn't wake from either. Those are other stories, though. I want to tell you about the current duplex I've been living in for almost a year now. My lease ends at the end of the month, thank God. The events aren't in any particular order because I didn't keep up with the dates or times it all happened the first time I moved in, till I moved out. They say when a place looks appealing and draws you close is because of an entity. Although I'm not bothered by them, I simply ignore them. I still decide I want to live in this duplex. It's a nice 3-bedroom, 2-bath. After signing all the paperwork, I came by the first week of July. I always clean my place with doors open. I'm just superstitious. Well, I was completely alone when I started hearing loud banging on my hallway walls. Kid's soon-to-be bedroom and closet. This happened in complete daylight. Again, I just ignored it because I had a feeling. Another time, I'd say a good month later, after I moved everything into my new place, and my kids were home including their dad. We're divorced, but he helped me move. He was on the couch sleeping while I was organizing stuff in my bedroom when the doorbell rang, which I thought was odd because I knew I wasn't expecting any company. My son and I heard it and we were both confused. So I went to open the door and nobody was outside. I instantly closed it because I do believe an entity can enter your home if the door is open. During the time living here, I heard up to 3 entities, a woman and 2 men. I think it's a demon since it can be one only. They are in my attic mostly, or on the other side. I hear footsteps all over, day and night. There was a time my neighbor was gone for 2 or 3 months. I could even hear music, entities opening and closing doors, talking, laughter, even turning on showers, and turning the neighbor's porch lights on and off, which I took pictures of and might have to find them. I've recorded before. It's too hard to hear, but with earbuds it's clear as day. You hear the entity. I was so scared one time, I asked my best friend, I'll call her Maya, to come and stay the night with me. That night it seemed like it was going to be peaceful. Oh, how wrong we were. We both heard doors closing, banging, and like the neighbor was throwing a party. Maya said when we all went to bed, she heard banging on the windows in the guest room, aka toy room, across the living room and mine. I was dead asleep. I didn't hear anything that night other than the earlier noises before bedtime. Afterwards, fast forwarding, I'd come home from work and instantly hear footsteps or banging in the attic. While in my room and closet, or I hear it in my kids' room. I didn't mention, but the duplex is all bricks, so I know I shouldn't hear anything in the kids' closet or mine. The banging is all around. I sometimes stay alone here, too, since I co-parent. One night I heard some banging extremely hard on the back of my door. My room has access to the porch outside. The door is glass, so you can imagine how loud it was. I stayed frozen before checking with nobody outside. I also heard footsteps on my porch with nobody outside when I would check. I've told my kid's father, who didn't believe it until he heard the banging one night around 9 or 10 p.m. when we were in my bedroom. Fast forward a bit again, around February. My brother said I should sage the place. I didn't think it would work, which it didn't because during the time I started saging with prayers in Spanish. The entity just followed me. I felt the presence just mocking me. He doesn't want to leave this place. I've saged my place 4 times and the banging continues. My neighbor finally did come back at one point and the entity is here still and I hear it dragging something heavy, as if something might have been murdered and put away in a box to be discarded. When I hear my neighbor snoring, the walls are pretty thin so not my fault. I would hear the entity dragging something heavy again, or even the loud footsteps / banging in the attic area, so I know it's definitely not the neighbor in the attic or doing all the other stuff. The entity follows me around when I'm alone. It'll follow me all the way from the kitchen to the back bedroom. One night alone, I experienced almost sleep paralysis. I felt the energy of 2 entities. One was a female. I heard her speaking to me, but since I just kept fighting them, I really couldn't make out what she was trying to tell me. But I would feel the heaviness of sleep paralysis trying to overcome me, so I fought much harder that urge into falling captive into their presence, till I broke free, and everything disappeared and I could breathe again, and felt less sweaty. During spring break, my kid's father took them on a trip to Florida for a week. I'm not sure why, but I had woken up from a deep sleep till I looked over at the time. 3:40 a.m. I instantly knew what woken me up. While I laid awake, trying to get back to sleep, I could hear my laundry door close. The laundry room is in the middle of my place, so in the hallway. I got goosebumps. I told my little sister about it, and she said, could have been the wind. I totally disagreed and said, girl, this thing's in the hallway, with everything sealed. Back in September, I think during my niece's birthday weekends, I had my older sister. I'll call her Cynthia. She came over and stayed the night. She heard nothing, which is fine, so at first she didn't believe me. Fast forward to this month. I keep telling Cynthia about my place, and I would ask her if she's sure if she didn't sense anything. We're all pretty sensitive to the paranormal, and my sister has the ability to see spirits. She says no, of course. So yesterday, June 2nd, Cynthia came over to hang out all day. I decided to tell her more about what's been happening here. I refused to speak in English, or inside, and we both stepped out on the porch. While outside, I was smoking my bowl, just talking away till she got goosebumps all over her body. She said that she felt the entity extremely cold, and that she believes me now. The entity wouldn't leave her alone and kept touching her arms and legs. She would then get goosebumps wherever this thing would touch her. She confirmed it was a man who seems evil, and like I said before, she said that he'd been mocking me, and will not leave. I best move out ASAP, because he is a demon. The Wanderer, written by no author. Back in the 1990s, a girl committed suicide after viewing an image posted in an old news group. The image was of a figure, which some identified as a woman, standing in the middle of a lonely road. The figure is transparent to the point of its legs, and is barely visible and is illuminated by an unknown light source, coming from the direction of the camera. Whether it's headlights, a handheld flashlight, or the light of the camera itself, isn't itself actually known for sure, as the actual source of the image has never been identified. No facial features can be made out, but the figure is most easily identified by its long, bony appendages, which partly resemble a spider's legs. Those who have seen the image or know of its existence have come to know the figure as the Wanderer. The first known Wanderer account occurred in 1996. Jane, a college girl who was visiting her family during the holiday season, had an interest in the paranormal. She saw the Wanderer image on a news group along with the message reading, "Do you see me? I can see you too." Dozens of other users saw the same post. Most didn't think much of it, just that it was just somehow funny. Some actually complained that they have experienced headaches while looking at the image, and similar claims have been made by others since. According to Jane's family, she suffered from nightmares in the nights after seeing the image. She claimed that she would wake up and see the Wanderer outside her window. Sometimes it would scrape the glass with its spider-like limbs, but usually it would just stand there and stare at her. She would find herself unable to move while in its presence, as if many unseen hands were holding her down. Even if she closed her eyes, she would still see it. Her family was sure that she'd just been frightened by an online image and was having nightmares as a result, until Jane complained of seeing the Wanderer in her waking life as well. She was convinced it would follow her. She would see it even while she was in a room full of people, or out in public, even though no one else even saw anything. Jane's family feared for her sanity, but only assured her that the Wanderer wasn't real. Jane, however, only got worse. She began to go extreme lengths to stay awake at night. It started out just with caffeine and staying active, but quickly graduated to cutting herself and screaming all through the night. Before long, she wasn't sleeping at all. She was convinced that if she slept again, the Wanderer would take her. Her family knew that they just couldn't wait and hope for the best. Jane needed help. But when Jane's mother knocked on her daughter's bedroom door, she received no answer. She carefully opened the door, not wanting to disturb or startle Jane, but she still heard nothing. Jane wasn't in her bed. She wasn't sitting at her computer. She didn't appear to be in her room at all, until her mother checked the closet. There, Jane was found curled in the corner. Blood reddened the front of her body, having drained from the long slit across her throat. She was clutching a blood-stained note which read, "It can't have me now." Jane's case is not isolated. Through the rest of the 90s, dozens of others went missing or committed suicide after viewing the image of the Wanderer. Since the turn of the century, despite my best efforts of locating the image, it seems to have disappeared. Recently, though, I posted on a news group asking if anyone had heard of the Wanderer. I've done this many times before, and usually there's one or two people that have heard of the story, but no one has seen the image. This time was different. Shortly after posting, I received an email in my box. The subject of the email was, "I can see you." The body only read, "Do you see me? I can see you too." There was an image attached with the message. I can't verify whether it's the real Wanderer image or not, but I must warn you that if you choose to view the image, you do so at your own risk. The creature in your mind. No author. Ever tried to figure out that thing that always lurks inside your mind was? Haunting your dreams, eating you in your nightmares? Now you can finally face him. Talk to him. But be careful. Who knows what can happen to you? It must be a new moon night in December. When it's exactly 1:28 in the morning, you must go to bed, wearing plain white clothes. The same rules apply to your bed sheets. If you don't have any white bed sheets, don't put them on your bed, or the ritual won't work. Lay down. Act like you're sleeping, but I suggest you not sleep on your back, because it might be more painful. Close your eyes, and wait until you start to hear whispering coming from behind your door. When you start to hear those frightful whispers, say in a low voice, "Come to me. I want to talk." If done correctly, the door will open and you will suddenly fall asleep. Otherwise, you'll just sleep normally. While sleeping, you will instantly wake up in a small room with 2 windows in the opposite walls. Outside the windows, there are endless night skies raining blood, both up and down. There's nothing but a table, 2 chairs, and blood. Blood everywhere. Act like you don't mind that. Not at all. Just get the closest chair and sit down. Say confidently, "I'm here." The door on the other side of the room will open, and it will come. A creature that will have an unspeakable appearance will appear. But somehow, you'll feel like you're just facing the thing you're just the most afraid of, whether it's a person, an object, or a place. Just stare at the creature as it approaches and sits down. Don't panic. It won't hurt you. At least not physically. The creature will start to talk. Its voice will give you shivers that even your soul will feel. But act like you don't mind. Just listen. It will talk about the secrets of your life, your future, and will speak about the scary truth of existence. You still have to avoid reacting, despite how unsettling and utterly frightening it is. Otherwise, it will attack you, and you will die in your sleep. Once he stops talking, you will know. He will lean his head on his right fist. You shall say at this time, "I understand. Am I worthy to know?" He will ask to see your hand. Show it. Do not disobey. If you do correctly, he will put something in your hand. You can't tell what it is at this moment, but when that happens, you will wake up, and it will be exactly 7 in the morning. You will notice something in your hand. It will be closed. Open it. Don't worry. Yet. You will see what the monster placed in your hand. It can be one of the 4 possibilities. If you see a quarter in your hand, every night you will be given a pleasant dream. If you see a little rubber duck, your dreams will be memories of your childhood. If it's a little key, you'll be able to see your friend's secrets through your dreams. But if there's nothing at all, the next time you sleep, you will never wake again. The effects of the objects last exactly 6 days. After that, your nights will go back to normal. But I shall tell you, during these 6 days, never get rid of those objects. Always take them with you, all the time. The creature knows what you're doing. Dark Woods Demon by Johnny and Elijah Henderson. Author's note: this story is based on actual events. Jacob cursed as he pushed through the thick underbrush trying to make his way to the tree stand he had built earlier in the summer. He was certain that this location would give him an optimal line of sight to the neighboring field in which he frequently saw large herds of deer. This was going to be his year, and he was sure of it. This is the year that I bring home my trophy buck, he thought, as he recalled the events of the day so far. He had awakened at 4:30 a.m. He began to prepare for the long day in the woods, on the backside of his farm. His first order of business had been to locate and rescue his gloves and camouflage hunting gear from whatever undisclosed area of his home that his wife had hidden them. He would most assuredly need them this morning to protect him from the bitter cold November morning. How could it be this cold this early in the year? He wondered as he started to work on his second task of the day, which was to prepare a breakfast that would stick to his ribs long enough into the day. He wasn't entirely sure what he wanted this morning, but he finally settled on toast, country ham, and scrambled eggs that were just a little too runny. He topped it all off with a large cup of coffee that left a bitter taste in his tongue. In fact, he could still taste it. After accomplishing task 1 and 2, he packaged himself a bologna and cheese sandwich for lunch, grabbed his Remington 30-06 hunting rifle, a thermos of coffee, and headed out the door. He loaded his gear into his truck and pulled out into the driveway and turned right into the one-lane blacktop road that led to the backside of his property. After about 2¼ miles, he turned right again off the blacktop onto a dirt road that was gouged with deep, mud-filled ruts. He had traveled about another half mile down that pitiful rut-filled excuse for a road when he came to his desired location. He got out of his truck and loaded his gun and sauntered off into the woods. Jacob had gone little more than 500 yards into the densely wooded tree line when he began to wish that he had put on an extra layer of clothing to shield him against the chilly morning air. 10 minutes out of the truck and he was already cold, and it was made worse by the cloudy, overcast day and the wind that was blowing steadily through the trees, making the autumn leaves rattle like dry bones. Oh well, he thought, it's going to be a good day anyways, especially if I bring home a big one. Jacob took about 10 more steps with an uneasy feeling began to creep over him. He felt as though someone had stepped over his grave. He got a distinct feeling that he was being watched. But by whom? This was his property and it was posted. No one had permission to be on his land. He had to be alone. But if he was alone, why couldn't he shake the eerie feeling that was scratching at the base of his skull? Something was off today. There was a deafening silence there in the forest. No birds or insects, only the sound of the wind in the trees. Convincing himself that it was nothing more than the case of nerves, he continued to press on until he came to a clearing not far from his tree stand. Stepping into the clearing, Jacob saw the remains of what appeared to be a large deer. He wasn't quite able to make out what he was seeing from the distance, because the sun wasn't completely up yet, and the forest was still enveloped in shadows. Jacob walked closer to get a better look, and found that he had been correct. It was a deer, a large 8-point buck in fact. Looking at the remains, he felt a sense of dread come over him, and icy fingers dance along his spine. Something about this kill just doesn't seem right. The throat was completely torn out and the stomach was ripped open. Plus, several of the internal organs were missing. It was the most grisly thing he'd ever seen. This definitely wasn't a coyote kill, and no hunter would have done this. They would have taken the head to have it mounted. What could have done this, he wondered. A fear like nothing he'd ever experienced before began to wash over him in waves. What is going on, he thought. At nearly 225 pounds and well over 6 foot, he wasn't one to give in to fear. But now, he couldn't seem to calm down, and his heart was beating like a trip hammer. The feeling that he was being watched was getting stronger by the minute, and he couldn't shake the feeling that he was moments away from a bad situation. He slowly started to back away from the mangled carcass and head back to his truck, and back to safety. No more than 6 steps into his journey, his blood turned to ice in his veins, as a deep, guttural, wailing scream shattered the eerie silence and what was left of his courage. He had grown up on the farm all his life and had been an experienced hunter since childhood. He was familiar with every animal in this part of the state. Not even a cougar, bobcat, or bear could have produced the scream that had torn through the early morning forest and filled him with such bone-chilling apprehension. Primal fear now gave way to stark terror as he chambered around into his 30-06 and turned around only to find there was nothing behind him. His mind raced with confusion and he was confronted with a million thoughts at once. What should I do? What could it be? Should I run? Am I going to die? His survival senses kicking into overdrive. Jacob decided to continue on his previously contrived plan, which was to go to the truck and get out of there while the getting was good. Slowly and cautiously, he made his way towards the perceived salvation of his vehicle, silently praying every step of the way. With 300 yards separating him from his only avenue of escape, Jacob began to hear heavy footfalls off to his left. He could hear the crunching of withered leaves, sticks, and debris that littered the forest floor. Summoning every ounce of courage that remained within him, he forced himself to look to that direction, and that's when he saw the dark silhouette that followed him through the densely tangled forest. Quickening his pace, he redoubled his efforts to reach the truck and get to a phone and call the sheriff, the game warden, or anyone that would listen. He couldn't tell what it was that was stalking him, but he could clearly see that it towered more than 7 feet and was incredibly massive. Jacob couldn't help but think that he was about to become a national statistic, a person who left home under normal circumstances and just disappeared without a trace. How many people, he wondered, go into the woods and just vanish, and the authorities just assume that he'd just become lost or injured, or even become the victim of animal attacks, with their bodies never being recovered. Please, God, don't let this happen to me, he thought, as he drew closer and closer to his truck. 75 yards became 50, and 50 became 30, and 30 became 10. Like a miracle, he was back and opening his door. Throwing his rifle inside, he pulled himself up into the cab and started the engine and hit the gas, but the truck went nowhere. He had parked in a large mud puddle, and now the tires simply spun, slinging mud 30 feet behind him. Oh no, not now, he thought. I can't be stuck, not now. Allowing himself a moment to think, Jacob remembered that his truck is a 4-wheel drive. There's no way it can be stuck. Reaching down, he locked his truck into 4-wheel drive and was prepared to punch the gas and leave this nightmare behind. Unfortunately for Jacob, some nightmares are not so easily left behind, and there's nothing worse than a nightmare you can't wake from, and Jacob was about to learn that the hard way. Hearing something to his right, he instinctively turned and immediately wished that he had not. It took him maybe half a second to turn his head, but he would have given anything in the world to have that half second back, because it was the last moment that his world would ever seem normal again. In that split second, his world changed. It was no longer a place where the world was light and safe, where he was just a husband and a father, and a guy that liked to hunt and watch football on the weekends. That reality had evaporated away like the early morning fog, and all that was left was a world where monsters existed, and things really went bump in the night. And now an ambassador from that nightmare realm was just standing outside his passenger door, a visible reminder that his world had been turned upside down. Jacob screamed as he stared, transfixed on this escapee from a horror movie, in the most terrifying, fevered dream he could ever imagined that such thing could ever exist. It was hideously ugly, standing 8 feet tall with a thick, muscular body. It looked very apish in appearance, but then again, it didn't. There was just something about the face that was just wrong, almost like an obscene amalgamation of man and animal that had gone horribly awry. It was the most terrifying thing he'd ever seen. It was completely covered with thick, shaggy black hair that was matted in areas with God only knows what, and it walked on 2 legs. Not 4 like you would expect from some kind of animal. What was this thing that had shattered his perception of reality? Was it a demon? A werewolf? It can't be, he thought. Those things don't exist. Maybe it was some kind of reject from the island of Dr. Moreau. Whatever it was staring at him, and it didn't look happy. The menacing juggernaut threw its enormous head back and let out a blood-curdling scream that resonated throughout the surrounding area and seemed to vibrate him to his very core. Shocked back into action, Jacob threw his truck into gear and took off as though he was being chased by the very hounds of hell. Jacob, mind racing, wondered what he was going to do. How will I ever feel safe on this farm again, he thought. Are my wife and children in danger? Where did this thing come from, and will anyone believe me? The whirlwind of thoughts that swirled through Jacob's mind came to an immediate stop as he slammed on his brakes and nearly slid off the road. In a state of disbelief, Jacob sat staring at the large hackberry tree that laid across the dirt road and blocked his path, preventing him from reaching the blacktop and guaranteed safety. How is this even possible, he thought. I just came down this road not even 30 minutes ago, and the path was clear. However this tree came to be across the road, it was painfully obvious to Jacob that he had to get out and move the tree if he was going to make it home. Since he had neither chain to pull the tree out of the road, nor did he have a saw which he could cut out this unexpected barricade, he was left with few viable options, one of which was walking, which he discounted almost immediately. The most logical course of action that he could come up with was to call for help. His best friend Kenny Patterson owned the farm just over from his. If he were home, he could bring a saw and cut the tree up for him. Jacob, with his nerves still frazzled and frayed, reached into his glove box and pulled out his cell phone and clumsily dialed Kenny's number. The phone rang 6 times and Jacob was about to give up when Kenny answered the phone and said, "Hey, ugly, what do you want this early in the morning?" As quickly as he could, he related the recent events to Kenny and said, "Man, please hurry. I'm not kidding, there's something out here." Kenny, hearing the shakiness in his friend's voice, assured him that he would be there in a matter of minutes. Jacob thanked him and hung up the phone and braced himself for what he assured to be the longest few minutes of his life. Sitting there motionless with bated breath there in the truck, every sound made his imagination run with fear and expectance. Even though little more than 3 minutes had passed since he had spoken to Kenny, it felt as if hours had passed. Each tick of the clock seemed to be an eternity. Jacob frequently checked in all directions for any sign that nightmarish monstrosity had pursued him. In every shadow that the forest and this irritatingly cloudy day produced, he thought he saw the shape of the black beast that followed him out of the woods, and he was afraid that he would lose his sanity long before Kenny arrived to clear the tree out of his pathway. After what seemed like a lifetime, Jacob heard the sound of Kenny's old truck sputtering up the road, and in just moments he was able to see the old red Chevrolet as it made its way closer to him. Jacob's spirits lifted when he saw his old friend, and a sense of relief wash over him as he realized he was no longer alone. Stepping out of his truck, Jacob said, "Man, what took you so long? I asked you to hurry." Kenny, with an indignant look on his face, said, "What are you talking about? You only called me 11 minutes ago. I think I made pretty good time." Jacob could hardly believe that only 11 minutes had passed. It seemed so much longer. After apologizing to his friend and telling him exactly how happy he was to see him, both men walked over to the fallen tree and made a discovery that startled them both. The tree had not broken. It had not been cut. It had been pushed over and completely uprooted. All around the tree were large bipedal footprints that had a somewhat human appearance to them, but if they were human, the owner would require a size 28 shoe. Jacob and Kenny looked at each other, and then without a word went to work on the tree. Kenny took a chainsaw from the bed of his truck and began to cut the fallen blockade. Meanwhile, Jacob pulled the logs and debris from the road. Mission accomplished. Kenny put away his saw, and he and Jacob were about to get in their vehicles and leave. But before either man had even opened their doors, an ear-splitting scream that would have filled a banshee with paralyzing fear erupted from the woods behind them. Warily, Jacob walked over to Kenny and whispered, "That's what I was telling you about. I don't know what that thing is, man, but it looks like some kind of monster. I think we need to get out of here. Now." Kenny, who looked as though the blood had drained completely out of his face, became very pale as he said to Jacob, "Jacob, man, I've never mentioned this to anyone before now, but over the last few months that thing has been killing off a few of my cows. Their throats are usually torn out and the bodies are mangled and broken. I didn't want anyone to accuse me of being crazy and making stuff up, so I never said anything about it. But that's the reason I rushed over when you called. I've heard the sounds a few times off in the distance, at night, but never this close, so I think you're right, old buddy. It is time to go." Cautiously and with a sense of urgency, Jacob and Kenny climbed into their vehicles and expeditiously made their way back to the blacktop. Turning left, both vehicles began the 2.5-mile trek that led back to Jacob's house, so they could decide what course of action they should take. Jacob could feel the temperature drop as snow began to fall gently. He reached over and turned his wipers on as the snow began to pelt the windshield harder. As he passed his neighbor, William Springer's farm, he noticed a herd of deer grazing in the field that bordered his property. Having put a bit of distance between himself and the nightmare he had just encountered, Jacob felt a renewed sense of security as his fatigued nerves began to calm. Not willing to let this opportunity pass by, Jacob turned on his hazard lights and pulled to the shoulder off the road, and signaled Kenny to do the same. Kenny instinctively knew what Jacob was thinking as he pulled in behind him, and turned his ignition off. Getting out of his truck, Kenny said, "What are you doing, man? We need to get out of here now." Jacob said, I know. And we will. Just a minute, man. I can't just turn this down. I have to take the shot. That is a 6-point buck over there. It's not the trophy that I wanted, but at least I won't go home empty-handed. And after the morning I think we've had, I think we deserved a little something good. Alright, just take the shot so we can go. I still don't feel right about this, Kenny said. Steadying his rifle across the hood of his truck, Jacob zeroed in on the buck and prepared to fire. That's when he heard Kenny making a gasping noise and whispered, "Oh my God. What is it, man? What's wrong with you?" "Raise your scope 3 inches, he said. Raising the scope 3 inches, Jacob immediately saw what had been the cause of Kenny's alarm. Standing just outside of the tree line in the edge of the field was the creature that they had left behind, not even 5 minutes. Was this thing following them? Was it after the deer? What was it doing? Jacob watched the creature through the scope for a full 30 seconds before it ever moved, and when it did, it ignored him and the deer and started to lope off towards William's barn that was just 500 yards away from where the woodland demon had just been standing. Jacob called out to Kenny and said, "Kenny, call William and tell him that there's something trying to get into his barn. I know he has at least 2 mares with foals in there, and if that thing gets in, it will kill all of them." In an attempt to be rid of this monster, werewolf, Sasquatch, Wendigo, or whatever it was, Jacob fired a shot but missed. The creature turned to their direction and glared at them through red, hateful eyes, and then began to run towards them at full steam. Kenny, who was still on the phone with William, screamed at Jacob to get in his truck and go. Jacob did as he was told, and Kenny followed suit. Starting their trucks, Jacob and Kenny both raced to Jacob's house, as though they were driving on the NASCAR circuit. Arriving at home, Jacob, gun in hand, ran inside and get the phone book so he could call the game warden and the police and get some kind of animal control out here to get rid of this thing. Jacob had just stepped out of his front porch when they heard gunfire coming from over William's place. Dropping the phone book and running back inside, Jacob grabbed the 12-gauge pump shotgun and some shells and handed them to Kenny, who took a little time in loading it. Jacob and Kenny, now locked and loaded, walked together to Kenny's truck preparing to mount up a rescue for neighbor William. Simultaneously, both of them stopped in their tracks as an uneasy but familiar feeling crept over them, and Jacob's Rottweiler and 2 German Shepherds began to whimper and ran under the front porch to hide. Kenny, whose throat had suddenly gone dry as a bone, whispered to Jacob and said, "I have a really bad feeling about this." No sooner had the words escaped his lips, they heard a deafening scream erupt from the forest off to the right, and the creature exploded from the trees in front of them. Until now, neither man had been able to fully appreciate the colossal size and scope of the beast, but standing less than 30 feet away, they were almost overcome by the sheer magnitude of it. Jacob had seen it up close earlier from his truck while sitting down, and had guessed the height may be 8 feet. But now, standing there looking up, he could tell that this fellow was 8.5 or 9 feet tall, and would tip the scales around 1,000 pounds. It had inhumanely long arms that bulged with thick, ropey muscle that were easily seen beneath its long, shaggy black hair, which covered it from head to toe. The chest was larger than a 55-gallon drum, and there is little doubt that it could pull the arms off an ape, and now it glared at them with malevolent intent. Jacob and Kenny both opened fire without hesitation. The creature screamed with rage as the bullets tore its massive body, knocking it to the ground, but not killing it or seriously injuring it. Jacob and Kenny watched speechless as it crawled into the tree line, struggling to its feet and limped away. Jacob ran back to the porch and grabbed the phone book and called the local game warden. Nearly 2 hours later, Gene Trauber, the local warden, showed up to take their statements and told them that he had been called out to answer numerous such reports in the area, but he wasn't sure what to make of all of the reports. "Guys," he said, "I don't know what to tell you. There is no such animal in this area, or in any area for that matter, that fits your description. I'm not saying I don't believe you. I just don't know what it is." Jacobs, whose face was reddened with anger, said, "Come here. Here's the blood from where we shot it, and here are the footprints." A look of complete confusion washed over Gene's face, and he asked if they would care to go with them as he tried to track it. Jacob and Kenny agreed, but they said that they weren't going anywhere without their guns. Gene stated that he planned to take his gun as well. All three men loaded their guns and set out following the deeply impressed tracks and droplets of blood that had fallen on withered leaves. They followed the trail for about a mile until arriving at a creek that was located deep in Jacob's woods, where the tracks that they were following were joined by others just like them. Some were smaller, but at least one set was larger. Deciding that the safest course of action would be to return home, they all went back to Jacob's. None of them relished the idea of staying out in the woods longer, since there was now apparently more than one creature, and the cloudy, overcast day made the forest seem even darker than it would normally be this time of day. Back at Jacob's, Gene informed them that there was nothing left that he could do but file it under an unknown animal sighting, which made both Kenny and Jacob anything but happy. Jacob and Kenny spent the next couple of days trying to warn their neighbors to use caution when they were out in the forest. Most of their friends just laughed at them and said that they'd probably seen a bear or something. No one believed them except William, who had seen it himself the same day they had. They had even taken a shot at it but missed. Jacob, William, and Kenny knew what they had seen, and they knew that it was still out there, and they didn't care who believed him and who didn't. Over the next few weeks, more and more neighbors began to take the stories a little bit more seriously, as family pets began to disappear and others were found brutally mangled. Other farms in the area began to find their cows and other livestock torn open with their throats ripped out. Just a few weeks after shooting the creature in his yard, Jacob's own Rottweiler was found dead with his throat torn out, hanging across a limb in the tree in his front yard. It almost seemed like a revenge killing. A few days later, one of William's new foals died the same way. The foal's mother had to be put to sleep because she had gone into shock over whatever she had witnessed in the barn when her foal was killed. Some people in the area still don't believe. They think the whole story was made up, but Jacob and Kenny know that there's still something out there in the forest. They still occasionally find tracks or a slaughtered cow or a goat. They still hear the blood-curdling screams off in the woods at night. They know that there is still something out there, watching and waiting, biding its time. Something cold and cunning and cruel. Something not human, with a taste for blood and revenge. Rabbits in the creek. I'm writing this because my family won't talk about it anymore. I'm the only one who can't seem to forget. I was raised on the outskirts of Preston, a small town in southern Idaho with a population of around 5,000. My more immediate community was isolated, dead-end dirt road called Bear Creek. Less than 20 families lived on Bear Creek. I didn't mind being so isolated. I grew up in the comfort of wide fields and close neighbors that only rural people know. We were a Mormon community, very church-centered, very community-centered. All the young girls, myself included, were part of the young women's group. All the boys were members of the local Boy Scout troop, which doubled as a church group in our area. We had 4th of July parties at the local ballpark and swam in the nearby reservoir. It was a good, quiet community. My house, a 92-year-old farmhouse built by my great-great-grandfather, was situated on a small hill surrounded by a wide grass field on one side and a snaking dirt road on the other. Across the road was the creek bottoms. Southern Idaho is categorized in a desert climate, so not much grows in the irrigated fields besides sagebrush and burrs. The creek bottoms were the exception. The creek fed the growth of the thick tangle of pussy willow bushes. In the late fall, we'd used to go down there in the bottoms and pick the white cottony pussy willow seeds to decorate the fences of our driveway. Being so isolated, it wasn't uncommon for animals to come down from the mountains. We had a female moose who brought down her calf and lived in our other orchard every winter. And the occasional lion wasn't unheard of either. This summer when I turned 8, I remembered because it was the same year as my baptism. A smaller mountain lion was spotted several times in our area. We weren't worried. The big cats stayed away from the farms and usually moved on when the area didn't yield enough food. The same summer, my neighbor Peyton was working on his Eagle Scout project. He loved National Geographic and thought it would be pretty cool to try putting together a National Geographic's mission on our little creek bottoms. The young lion that happened to be in our area at the same time made him especially excited. He decided he wanted to try and get pictures of the lion and emailed the National Geographic team for advice. They recommended setting up an automatic camera that takes shots every couple of seconds in the area that the line was known to visit. They also recommended setting up some kind of bait so the line was more likely to come by. No one in the creek liked the idea of live bait, or carrion, so we came up with a different kind of bait. We decided to set up an audio recording of a dying rabbit and play it on loop through a set of speakers hidden in the willows. I remembered when everyone was down in the bottoms testing the speakers, and I heard the noise for the first time. The sound of the dying rabbit is horrible. It's described as being almost identical to the sound of a screaming child. If you've never heard it yourself, there's plenty of recordings available online. It's worth a listen. The camera was set up, the speakers were set up. Everything was perfect. Peyton explained that he would allow the camera and the recording to play uninterrupted for a week, and then he would go check on it. This would give time for our scent to fade from the bottoms and encourage the line to come closer. At first I was worried about the noise. It was a truly horrible noise, and our house was the closest to the sit-up point in the bottoms. My father assured me that the noise wouldn't reach as far as our house, and I was relieved when we arrived at home that night, and he was correct. The bottoms were far enough away that I couldn't hear anything. I remember Peyton the next day at church. He was fidgety and excited to check on the equipment, but he had to wait a week, which everyone kept reminding him. He couldn't risk going down there too early and scaring the line away for good. That night I woke up to an awful noise. I sat ramrod straight up in bed with my eyes wide in the dark. Hands clutched so hard my palms bore the indents of my fingernails for hours after. I knew that noise. It was the recording of the rabbit. It sounded faint and far off, like it really could have been coming from the bottoms, but that was impossible. Because the recording had been going all night the previous day, and I hadn't heard a thing. I didn't sleep that night. I was too scared to get out of my bed and wake my parents. The recording played over and over again. I had the loop memorized. In the morning, I stumbled into the kitchen for breakfast. My mom and dad were sitting at the kitchen table. They too had dark rings under their eyes. I hadn't been the only one who'd heard it. Mom was convinced that the equipment must have been broken. She wanted to go down into the bottoms to check it out. Dad refused. He was a kind gentleman and didn't want to stir up any unnecessary drama. He was sure that there'd been a strong wind last night, and the wind carried the noise farther than its natural reach. He told us to listen. We did. He was right. We couldn't hear it now. We forgot about it and went about our daily goings. The next night it happened again. I stayed up in bed with my back to the wall. The screaming was even louder than before, but this time something was different. It was lower pitched than I remembered, and parts of the loop were slowed down, as if the recording were warped in places. At times the loop did not loop naturally, and instead picked up at random places in the middle. My mom didn't mention anything at the breakfast table, but both her and my dad seemed tense. The third night I mustered the courage to stand beside my bedroom window and look out into the yard. For a moment I stood, rooted to the spot, my hands shaking no matter how hard I clenched them. The noise slid in through the cracks in the window. I watched the outline of the trees in the yard, perfectly still. Not even the slightest breeze stirred the branches. My mom announced that she'd be going to visit her sister in the town the next day and would probably spend the night there. She invited me to come along, but I was Daddy's little girl at heart and I chose to stay at the farm. I took Mom's place beside Dad in their bed that night, but even that didn't help. I don't think my dad was asleep either, for he was unnaturally still the whole night. We began to hear the noise during the day too. I was drawing with chalk on the sidewalk when it happened. My shoulders tensed and the hair on the back of my neck prickled. There was only one scream, a short, high-pitched one, and then the recording fell silent. It happened again several times though, throughout the day, but never the whole loop, just clips from it. Later that evening, Peyton's dad came up the driveway on his four-wheeler. He said he was looking for their dog, a sweet yellow lab who had been missing since that morning. Dad said he was sorry and that he hadn't seen her. I stared at him, silently begging him to mention the recording. But he didn't. He was a quiet man after all. He didn't want to bring up any unnecessary drama. Mom stayed away the whole week. Dad and I didn't sleep. By Saturday, the screaming could be heard constantly, though it seemed to have deviated from this familiar loop entirely. I didn't recognize any of it. Sometimes the screams were thin and long, other times they were hardly more than growls. Once, while my dad had been heating up meatloaf for lunch, The noise rose in such a rancorous din that he dropped the plate and it shattered. I pressed my hand over my ears when I sat at the table and I squeezed my eyes shut. But it didn't help. The noise forced its way through the cracks in my fingers, pinched my throat and rattled in my ribcage. The din lasted for a whole minute, then fell silent. Dad was shaking. That was the last we heard of the noise that day. Peyton came by Saturday evening to ask permission to cross our road to collect the equipment. He was so excited. I watched him disappear into the creek bottoms with a sense of tired relief. After the equipment was gone, it would all stop. I couldn't wait to get a full night's sleep. Not a minute later, I spotted Peyton coming back up the creek. I was confused. It had taken us so much longer to set up the cameras and the speakers, so I'd only assumed it would take as long to collect them. My breath stilled when Peyton came closer. He didn't look right. His eyes were wide and his face pale. Something wet dribbled from his chin and onto his shirt. I later realized it was vomit. My dad caught him before he fell and demanded to know what had happened. Peyton couldn't speak. He just cried. We called his dad and I looked after Peyton as both my dad and his dad went into the bottoms. They were gone for a long time. When they returned, their faces were grim, and they smelled funny. I noticed red on my dad's hands. I asked what was wrong, but they brushed right past me and immediately called the police. Nobody would tell me what had happened. I sat on the couch as a blur of neighbors and police officers swirled around me. At one point, an officer placed something on the kitchen table and left. I looked into the kitchen curiously. It was the camera from the bottoms. I wish I hadn't looked. The camera was a little banged up. Tiny scratches and dents covered the plastic casing. When I lifted it, my hand stuck to the plastic. Something tacky and odorous covered the screen, but it turned on fine. The first set of photos were normal, just the pussy willow cast green and the glow of the night setting. As I continued to click through them, they quickly became strange. At one point the camera angle changed, as if the camera had been knocked from its post. Grass now obscured most of the frame. Flecks of red appeared on the lens and remained for the rest of the sets. One photo made me pause. There was a figure in this one, or half a figure, as most of the upper torso hadn't made it into the frame. I thought it could be human, but it didn't look like it should be standing upright. Its legs were twisted like an animal, and it seemed to be having difficulty supporting itself in an upright position. Beside the legs, a long, thin arm hung. Whatever it was, it must have been stooping over, for its fingertips hung below its correct knees. The next set was different. It was as if the camera had been picked up and was now being held. The first photo was of the bottoms at night. The next startled me. I had looked too closely before deciding when it was. A rabbit had been laid in the bushes, but its ears and most of its scalp had been peeled away. The next was of the same rabbit, but a thin dark hand was holding it up against the sky. Its limp body hung like something from a nightmare. In the following photos, more rabbits joined the one, each with their ears and scalps removed. Then a cat. Then more cats. Then a dog, the yellow lab. Then the lion. The following photo was of 7 rabbits, 3 cats, 1 dog, and the lion all laid out in a row facing the same way. Their arms and legs had been arranged as if they were marching, like some parade. All of their scalps had been removed, and tiny white glints of their skulls could be seen. The last photo was overly bright, like the photo had been taken too close with the flash on. An eye dominated the frame, but it was yellowed and crusted, and had a bar pupil like a horse. In the bottom corner of the edge, a mouth could be seen. No lips, just teeth, sharp and little, with little wide gaps of red gums between them. I wish I hadn't looked. I heard my dad talking to the police outside. They said the speakers had malfunctioned. The recording had only played the first night. Gurgles and Bugman. After my last experience, my parents reminded me of another story from my childhood. When you're 5, your mind lacks the experience to make informed judgments or connect things that aren't obvious. Over the years, the details get fuzzy and forgotten. Speaking with my parents the other day, they cleared the cobwebs, burying this story. I remember now much too clearly the story of Gurgles and Bugman. I just started kindergarten that year. Everyone's a friend when you're 5, so I had no shortage of classmates, but coming from a poor family, I didn't get to see much of them outside of school. My parents spent all their waking hours trying to make ends meet and didn't have time to ferry me from house to house. So I kept my early years mostly keeping to myself, playing with the random assortments of knickknacks from the shelf in my room. Being short of money gave my family a habit of hoarding, so they hated to throw anything out. One particular item on the shelf was a small old-fashioned TV set, a wooden veneer box about 2 feet wide by a foot tall. It had a curved glass screen that took up half the front panel. Beside the screen was a large chrome dial used to switch channels. At the top sat an antenna formed by 2 terribly twisted wires. When my boredom made me turn it on, I'd usually just get static and snow on the glowing black and white screen. I twisted the heavy clicking dial, hoping to pick up some local broadcast. Mostly it would be some ghostly images and incoherent sound fragments, but one channel was always crystal clear. It was the Gurgles and Bugman show. Gurgles was a clown, but not a common one. He wore a thin black suit that draped his tall, skinny body with a matching tie, and an oversized novelty clown shoes to complete his distinctive outfit. His pupils were completely black, light polished ebony marbles with no trace of white around them. Black face paint around those eyes and across his cheeks and mouth made him look like a manic, grinning skeleton. It was only the crazy crop of curly hair sprouting off the sides of his head that gave him more of a human look. As much as Gurgles freaked me out, Bugman scared me more. He was short and round, like a hunchbacked dwarf with a dark cape. He had a prosthetic covering his eyes to make him look like a fly, and a mouth that was rotated 90 degrees and opened from side to side. The show itself was like candid camera, with pranks played on unsuspecting people. It would always start with Gurgles and Bugman hidden away at someone's home. Gurgles would face the camera, staring at you, his bony finger touching his lips. When the unsuspecting star of the show came into view, a laugh track would begin to play. You'd see them go about their nightly routines, oblivious to the conspiracy that Gurgles and Bugman had involved us in. We'd see them making dinner, or on the lounge watching TV with their family, or quietly doing their homework. Then watch as Gurgles and Bugman stole their pen, or moved their glass, or made things disappear behind their backs. The camera angles would change as Gurgles and Bugman shifted their hiding places from the dark corners of the room to the cupboards, or to the ceiling, or under the furniture, all the while looking back at you, winking. The closer they got, the louder and more laughter from the soundtrack. Eventually, everyone went to sleep and a victim would be chosen for their prank. Waiting in the closet or under the bed, once their victims fell asleep, Bugman would crawl out and gently climb in beside them. His jaw would open sideways, and out would come a sharp straw that he'd stick in the person's neck. This always paralyzed their victim, because sometimes you could see them struggle if they woke and saw Gurgles and Bugman on top of them. The laugh track would be extra loud and uproarious those few times the victims awoke. Gurgles would make faces at the camera while the audience laughed, and Bugman would use his straw to drink from the person's neck. When the victim stopped struggling after a few minutes, and the laughter would turn to claps and cheering. With Bugman finished, Gurgles' face would fill the whole screen with his impossibly wide, sharp-toothed grin. Then he'd whisper,
"See you again soon."
The way those all-black eyes pierced through the screen always gave me the chills. I hated the show, but would always be too afraid to go near the TV while it was running. One day, the TV mysteriously disappeared from my room. My parents told my 5-year-old self that they'd sold it to pay some bills. I accepted that without question. I was kinda glad it was gone. But yesterday when I asked them about the TV again, they exchanged nervous glances, then filled in some missing gaps from my childhood. Halfway through that year, Derek, a classmate I didn't know very well, had died in horrific circumstances. He was murdered in his bed with a stab wound to the neck. No evidence of a break-in was ever found, so his distraught parents were taken into custody as the primary suspects. They denied all the allegations against them. At the time, Mrs. Nolan, my teacher, told her class, I'd apparently explained to her that Derek couldn't be dead because I just saw him and his family on the Gurgles and Bugman show the day before. When Mrs. Nolan mentioned it to my parents, what I'd said, they had immediately taken the TV from my room, driven it to a junkyard, and had it burned to nothing but ashes and molten metal. That TV was in my room because it had always been broken. It was never plugged in the whole time. It sat on my shelf. So that's my story of Gurgles and Bugman, but I'm not sure if that's really the end though. After all, do Gurgles and Bugman still perform their nightly shows for some unsuspecting viewer somewhere in this world? And if so, who will be their next star? All of these stories were submitted to me, whether through email or previous comments on older videos. As far as I know, all of these stories are indeed true. Story 1. Submitted by, Finna to make this as long as possible. Honestly, Skinwalkers scare me more than anything. Like I can't breathe. I'm frozen scared, tears rolling down my face. Backstory. I was homeless 2 years ago and living with 2 other homeless teens. As far as being homeless went, we were well off. We had each other and previous survival skills as we came from horrible homes. We befriended another homeless group and they showed us their ragtag camp, which, in a way, was kind of magical. It was in the woods and actually had an actual bed carved from a tree and a tarp as shelter with battery-powered fairy lights inside. My late grandpa was Native American, and that was kind of what got me into urban legends around Native history and such. Anyways, the homeless group we befriended took pity on us and lent us the campsite for a few weeks, and we were able to get work setting up things the way we wanted them. We had 2 dogs, Pepper, who was severely abused and actually liked homelessness, and Autumn, who was a demon in dog form, who was also abused. Pepper was overly sensitive, cautious, and scared of her own shadow, and Autumn was the complete opposite. We set them under the tarp and a makeshift bed right above our heads, and for a few nights everything was okay. Then, it changed. We didn't feel safe there. We were up late telling stories, and I mentioned the Skinwalkers, and how talking about them attracted them. Halfway into the stories, our dogs go insane. I'd never seen the type of raw fear from either one of the dogs. Pepper was almost unrecognizable. She was so afraid but ready to protect us. We were horrified at first, frozen with anxiety and fear, but it wore down as soon as we realized how silly we were being. And then, we heard it. Not quite a human and not quite an animal. Nothing will ever scare me as much to this day. I have a bad heart condition and this scare almost killed me. We couldn't move. It was walking around the camp and the only thing protecting us was a cheap plastic tarp and some duct tape. I don't remember much from that night, only woke up to see the guys were still awake. Part of the camp was destroyed. We were too afraid to sleep there again, so it became a storage place. All but one of us made it out of homelessness. Story 2. Submitted by Dead Ghost. I've actually seen something of the Antler Man twice in my life while driving late at night through the back roads while on road trips. Meaning, I've actually got a good look 2 times, standing up on 2 legs. First one was passing through Ohio in 2015. The second was in Maine in 2017. There might have been a third occasion while heading through New York, a bit east of Buffalo, heading towards the Canadian border in 2018, but it was only a silhouette of something running through the trees alongside the highway I was on. I was the only car on the road driving through that night. It actually managed to keep up with me, side by side running through and behind the trees, mind you at 60 or 70 miles an hour. I took out my gun, opened the passenger window, and shot off 4 rounds, and just booked it up to 100 miles an hour, and didn't let up for over a good half hour. I have a radar detector, but even if there was a trooper setting off on pulling me over, that night I would not have stopped. Don't care if you believe me or not, just know that there are things out there that the government has special departments made just to conceal, to cover up, or to shut people up, and to make sure no one exposes things that go bump in the night to the general public. And it's not just skinwalkers or skinnies or whatever you want to call them out there. If those of you that still believe that these nasty things are just a load of crap or that Bigfoot is just a joke, gear up and go hike into the deep forest of the North America for a full 7 days and 7 nights. Bring a good weapon. And if you manage to come back in one piece and still alive and sane, then God seems to favor you. Story 3. Submitted by an active user. I think I encountered a skinwalker once as a kid, because years ago when I was like 10 or something, I saw my friend, I'll call her Jay, in this weird position that didn't look possible to be in. The pose Jay was in looked like a sideways cartwheel but paused, then it looked like it was forming into a deer, because the head kind of morphed into a deer head, so I just screamed and ran away as any child would. Later I found Jay with my brother and another friend. I'm not sure if my eyes and brain were just making things spooky because I was in the dark, but I'm not sure, to be honest. I do know that I'll never be walking alone after that experience. I didn't want to see that happen again. I did feel watched after that, though. Story 4. Submitted by Lil Monster. Quick little story time of a skinwalker type thing. So me and my older sister were home alone as our parents were out somewhere. We had 2 dogs at the time, a mini Aussie named Fancy and an Aussie blue heeler named Jasper. Now, where we lived wasn't in the woods, but rather somewhat out of town in a small neighborhood. We let out our dogs in a small fence area my dad made for them. There was a way in if you knew how it was put together. A tall teen or a man could climb over the fence. We let them in after a few minutes because Jasper was barking, which we had no neighbors facing the fence, so we thought it was just a cat. Fancy and Jasper come in, but Fancy seems off. She would normally go lay down in her kennel or go to the food bowl. She was shaking and hacking a lot. Then there was more scratching at the door, and my sister opened it this time. Fancy came in and did the actual thing she did, and the one from before disappeared. Later that night, I had a long scratch down my back from somewhere, and none of my dogs did it. Going back a couple months before when school was going, I went to the bus stop in the morning around 6:30. It was still pitch black out. I had seen this huge shadow that looked like a humanoid on all 4s, but with the face of an animal. The legs were weirdly bent and the back arched. I knew this wasn't a dog because when a car drove by, it seemed as if it was walking towards me. But as soon as the light hit it ran. Story 5. Submitted by Cobb_W3BZ. As somebody who owns property right by Walker Ranch, I can confirm that there's something going on up there. I have a story of my own when I was about 13. We were camping up at my property, and me and my 2 brothers decided to go hike. Keep in mind it was at sunset, and that's when things start getting weird up there. Anyways, we started hiking and eventually reached the top of the mountain/hill we were on that was relatively small. We stayed up there for a while and explored rock formations, caught lizards, and tracked animals. We were having a good time, but it was getting dark pretty quickly, so we decided to head back down. My younger brother was in front, about 30 feet in front of me. My older brother was a little bit behind him, and I was at the back, still taking in the scenery. This whole time I had been hearing coyotes howling and twigs snapping, but thought nothing of it because it was normal. But I got this weird feeling, like someone was watching us. I picked up the pace and told them to go a little faster, just in case. I felt my stomach flip and I heard a growl from an animal that didn't sound right. It was almost like a gurgle. I didn't take my time and I told them to run. The whole time I heard branches snapping behind me. We made it down safe and didn't see anything, but the encounter still has its hold on me. I am way more careful and respectful of that land now. Story 6, submitted by Mia Amour. My personal experience. When I was younger, I went camping with my friends. There were 3 of us, and we were all teens. We were walking to our campsite at like 4 p.m., and it was starting to get dark. We heard something large nearby. My friend pulled out his father's gun, thinking it could be a wild pig. We all heard a growl. It was loud, and it sounded like it was coming from behind us. We just stood there, not daring to look behind us. I screamed to run, and we all ran back towards where we entered the forest. We got home safely. We still don't know for sure what it was. Story 7, submitted by My Mare Flicka. I have 2 very scary stories. This all happened when we moved to a small neighborhood in Arizona, where everyone had about an acre of land. So we had just moved in, and me and my 2 sisters were sharing a room for the night. And in the middle of the night, we hear growling outside our window. Not like any other growling we've heard. So at this point we are terrified, and we are trying to comprehend what this animal is. And then all we hear is screaming. We don't know from what, but it's so distinct. It has been 5 years since that incident, and we've now moved to a different state. But I will never forget that moment when the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I should also say that we weren't city kids. We were used to wild animals like coyotes in our neighborhood. Now here is a more recent one, in the same house. This was when our house was for sale. The rest of our family was out of state checking out the other house, and I was staying there because I had to take care of my horse. That day my sister forgot to pick me up, so we had no curtains at the living room window, and I am in my old bedroom. I start hearing knocking and a little growl. I am thinking about my horse, that it is possibly exposed to this creature, and I am also thinking, what growls and is at human level? I eventually fell asleep, and in the morning my precious horse was okay. I found that the grass was matted down like something was pacing around, but that was about 7 months ago. I was able to bring my horse across the state, and I miss Arizona. I am also Christian, and for my friends from our old church believe it was a skinwalker. By the way, becoming a skinwalker, you basically have to kill certain people as a sacrifice to the devil, which is believable. Stay safe, and God bless. Story 8, submitted by McScrunkly. I know that this isn't important, but here is my story with skinwalkers, or my experience. Summer 2020. Bored in my house, excited to go out in the woods with my friends I hadn't seen in a long time. We got there at least 4 p.m. My friends smoke cigarettes while I just walk around till we hear a faint sound. Ch-ch-ch-ch-ch. It was footsteps. My friend was alert, but my other friend, Alex, said it was, quote, nothing serious, probably a random bug or something falling. The time turned around 8. The sun went down, and then, ch-ch-ch-ch-ch. They were back. My friend Alex was now fearful, believing me. He made a joke about it being a skinwalker, and when he said that, it started sprinting. All 3 of us bolted to the exit of the forest while Alex tried grabbing a hatchet out of his bag, inherently causing his bag to fall, but ran away instead of trying to pick it up. We were out of the forest when we realized that it was no human. We heard this ear-piercing shriek after we escaped that thing. I live in suburban New York. Nothing like this has ever happened. My friends and I moved near the city in a suburban area. It's safe to say that I'm never going back into the woods after this video. Story 9, submitted by Native Lightning. This recently happened to me. It was 12 a.m. and my mother was going outside for a smoke, and as she is smoking, she is talking to my auntie. And as she was talking, she heard a human scream, then turned into Coyote Giggles. She explained to me that she told me and my brother to go downstairs and lock the windows and the doors downstairs. As we did, I feared that we would see that thing standing outside, waiting for us. But we did not, thankfully, and we barely got any sleep that night. All we thought about was that thing that screamed in the woods. It's currently the next day and I'm writing this thing. If anyone has any idea what it was or anything, please tell me, as I am freaking out. Story 10, submitted by Vault Dweller. I have a memory of when I was younger, and I was going to my father's house down the road that only had one side street full of houses, and when passing by one of the houses, I saw some type of giant dog-horse thing, but only barely. We stopped going down that road for some reason, and one day me and my brothers and my brother's wife went fishing and told ghost stories. I'm not a huge fan of them. I told them the same thing I just told you, and they said it could have been a Skinwalker. If it was, I'm happy I made it without it seeing me. Story 11, submitted by Nocturnal Weep. I had a cabin on old Indian land. Some pretty terrible things had happened, and the creek nearby there had a little girl get murdered, or rather, brutally missing. Only gruesome traces left, many, many years ago. The Indians to this day refuse to travel that part of the land, and you can hear her footsteps and brush moving on windless nights, almost as if wars were fought hundreds of years ago were being reenacted. One time, my stepmother recollected a night she was there when it was foggy. She said she heard a scream pierce the night and a terrible smell of death like those off a fresh kill from a successful hunt. Nobody ever traveled alone at dark, and I remember the door to the cabin having the most overly bulky deadbolt and one of the other sliding ones to boot. Thankfully, we finally sold it out of the family about 8 years ago. Story 12, submitted by Neni Yashiro. Now that I think of it, I remember this one time seeing a Skinwalker. One time I was invited to my friend's sleepover party, so everyone who was staying the night was me, Mary, and Hannah, who was the birthday girl. So this was about the time when clowns were going around. I was good at art, so they wanted me to play a prank on Hannah's cousin who lived right down the road. When we were done, we started to walk along the road to their cousin's house. Who was all there was Mary, Hannah, me, and Hannah's older brother. When we were walking, I thought I heard a grumble clicking noise behind us. So when I turned around, I see this huge animal staring at us. It was super dark out, so I couldn't make the face out, but I could see the glowing, glimmering eyes. It looked too huge to be a coyote or a mountain lion, so I did something not super smart, now that I think about it. I grabbed the older brother's knife from his waist and had everyone back up behind me. The creature started to walk towards us, and I walked like if you're going to try to have your shoulder blades pop out. But when I was backing everyone up, I held the knife to my chest, ready to jump at it. When I was backing them up, a huge growl-like roar came out of my throat, scaring not only me, but the rest of us too, including the creature. The creature just turned around and ran back into the woods. When we had the adults come pick us up, I saw the glimmering, glowing eyes in the forest, but they were way above the ground now. Lesson learned. Do not go prank people near the woods. Story 13, submitted by Kiwi's Life. I don't know who wants to hear this, or who needs to hear this, who just wants to share my story, but when I was about 7, my family had just moved into an apartment right in front of the forest. The forest spread for miles and miles with no stop, but it just so happened that my window faced the forest. One night, about a week after we moved in, my bed was placed under the window because I got hot when I slept and needed the cold air from the window. When I was getting ready for bed, I was looking out my window at the stars, and then I saw it. A goat-like creature standing on 2 legs, just standing there. Its cream-colored teeth were out and glossy, just staring at me. I looked at my sister and asked her to come over to see what I was seeing, but when she got there, the thing had gone. She left my bed and I went out of my room. While my back was turned, I heard an ear-piercing scream followed by knocks on my window. I screamed and ran to my mom's room. She asked what was wrong, and when I told her, she grabbed me and my sister and took us to her room and told my stepdad to get his gun. As we waited in our tiny apartment, we heard it. Another loud scream and a stomp on the roof. I lived on the top floor. We left that night, leaving everything in the house, and didn't come back till a couple weeks later. The thing that I saw was a Skinwalker, and I was lucky I wasn't on the balcony, and that I was inside my room. That my mom listened to me, and that my mom not only believed me, but she knew what I saw. I am part of a demolition team on the East Coast of the United States. I am often hired to inspect old and decrepit buildings that pose possible health hazards to people and other structures nearby. Most of what I do is conducted on the outskirts of town, where the old city lines used to be. As time passed and the city grew, much of the older buildings became too small and forced people to relocate to the newer part of town. It's kind of neat seeing all of these old buildings abandoned by society in their own little realm of a forgotten time, but it's also kind of sad. These old buildings were often built with an outdated design that I found beautiful, thus making my job somewhat bittersweet. I worked with a close crew that I've known for some time, and we all get along very well. It's like working with some of your closest friends, which makes the time go by very fast. There was this one time we were offered to do a bit on an inspection and demo of this old beautiful church that was no longer structurally sound for people to visit. It would be cheaper to demo and rebuild with cheaper materials rather than try to restore the building to its former glory. A big part of demolition that most people do not consider is that there's a science in bringing down a structure that isn't meant to fall over. Not only that, but also to contain the demolition as much as possible. This old church was known throughout town as being haunted by old spirits or something. I'm not superstitious, but I have seen things that I've yet to explain. Needless to say, when I heard this offer to take up the creepy old church building, I only saw it as a nice, easy paycheck. When I broke the news to my team, I got a mixed reaction. Apparently, I was out of the loop in terms of gossip, and some Satanist group has been coming in and out of that building over the years. As odd as that is, this is something that shouldn't be new to my team. We often come across squatters that take residence in the old abandoned buildings. They are either too high on drugs to move, or just as scared as we are when we find them. Nothing that a group of 6 strong demolition guys couldn't handle. We pull up to the church site and most of the building has been boarded up by these old tattered boards that could easily be removed. My job upon inspection is to look at the structural integrity and document the current condition. I exited my work truck with half of my crew, while the other half pulled in behind us in another truck. On the ride over, they kept going on how they wanted nothing to do with the basement of this church. I guess that's where the majority of the Satanist rituals were performed or something. Being indifferent to the paranormal, I rolled my eyes and offered to do the basement inspection by myself. However, that would make the process twice as long. If someone simply would just man up and do it with me, we would be out of there in half the time. My team finally entered through a decaying board that was partially destroyed that was covering a doorway. My team and I were able to see that the main floor of the church was covered with trash. It looked like 5 or so crazy parties were hosted here, and no one ever cleaned up from the previous one. It made walking on the floor quite difficult. Before I was able to accept the offer on the church, I first needed to go in the basement and check out the foundation, see how difficult it would be. If the foundation was reinforced, I could then renegotiate the offer for a higher bid. Like I said before, my crew wasn't exactly volunteering to go in the basement with me. I had to assign someone. I selected a random crewmate to come down in the basement with me, and off we went. The current church that we were in had not had electricity for about 15 years, so we had to use our flashlights. As we were descending the stairs into darkness, I started to realize how deep this basement was. Most basements are about 15 feet underground, while this one was more like 40. The deeper we went into the basement, the less graffiti that we saw. Even I was second guessing coming down here. We finally reached the bottom of the basement, and we entered what appeared to be a large open room. The large open room had these large castle-looking pillars holding up the structure. Each pillar was about 5 feet wide, and oddly enough had these large-looking chains hanging off of them. The chains seemed to be connecting from pillar to pillar, but oddly enough didn't seem to be supporting the structure in any way. The chains were used for something else. I shined my flashlight around the basement in hopes to see the back wall, but unfortunately, I didn't see it. The floor of the basement was this gravel mixture that made sounds when you stepped on it. I took a couple steps into the basement, starting to count the pillars that supported the church, when I started to hear the rustling of chains in the back of the basement. For a brief moment, I thought it was the coworker that I brought down in the basement with me, but after a quick search with my flashlight, that wasn't the case. He was standing behind me. I shined my flashlight in the direction of the noise, but I didn't see anything. I called out to see if anyone was there, but no one responded. I figured that it was probably some type of small animal, or even a gust of wind, so I continued pressing forward into the dark basement. If there was someone down here with me, me and my coworker would be able to take care of the situation. We continued pressing forward until we reached the back of the basement. It was much further than I anticipated. We started inspecting the foundation that was holding up the church. A few minutes in, I heard a sound that was both unexpected and horrifying. Coming from my right in the corner of the basement, I heard what sounded like a little girl crying for help. My coworker and I immediately shined our flashlights all around the basement. For a few seconds, we couldn't see anything. That is, until my coworker's flashlight rested on something peering behind a pillar. We were able to catch a glimpse of what appeared to be a hand and half of a face. The hand had fingers that were incredibly long, and the face was pale with very dark eyes, neither of which looked to be human. We only saw it for a brief moment before it retracted behind the pillar. That brief moment was all I needed to see before I started sprinting back to the stairs. Thankfully, my coworker and I were on the same page, and he was sprinting with me. Whatever the thing was that we saw didn't chase us, however, it did start to scream. We could hear the chains being rattled where the creature was. We made it to the stairs and we sprinted up them. Our coworkers were startled to see us running up the stairs. It didn't take much convincing to get everyone out of there. Once everyone was out of the church, we told them what we saw in the basement. The crew looked horrified when we told them what we saw. Obviously, no one wanted to work on this project. Thankfully, I was in a position that I could still decline this project, which I did. This was one of the few times that I've declined an offer, but obviously I think it was for a good reason. I'm not sure what to make of what was in the basement. I'm not completely sure if it was my eyes playing tricks on me, or if there was actually some kind of creature down there that was chained up. Needless to say, it's something that I hopefully never have to see again. My one friend told me this story about how his father was almost killed out in the middle of the woods. When my friend's father was younger, he and his family would stay in this cabin that was out in the middle of the woods. The cabin was situated next to a lake that was fairly secluded. Technically, they shared the lake with a neighbor that they were actually really good friends with. The neighbors were this older couple, and they would only come out during the summer. Other than the neighbors, they wouldn't see anyone else out there. They basically had the lake to themselves. When my friend's father was 15, he thought it would be fun to take him and his buddies out to the cabin and spend the weekend out on the lake. This would be the first time that my friend's father would be out at the cabin without an adult. This took place during the 80s, so there were no cell phones. My friend's father is named Tim, so Tim's parents dropped him and his friends off at the cabin. Tim wouldn't have any communication with the parents until the weekend was over. The first thing the boys did when they got to the cabin was to get into their swimsuits and run down to the lake. The lake had a floating dock, as well as a canoe that the boys would use. When the boys first got to the lake, they realized that the old couple next door were not home, so they had the entire lake to themselves. After playing on the lake for a couple of hours, one of the boys noticed a figure coming out of the neighbor's house. The figure was tall, unlike the neighbors that lived there, and his face was very pale. When they first saw him, they were standing on the floating dock, which was a good distance away from the shore. Tim almost immediately knew that whoever this man was, it was certainly not his neighbor. A chill ran down his spine when he finally realized why the figure looked like he had a pale face. The figure was wearing a mask. The boys, not knowing what to do, just stood on the floating dock. After 10 minutes of staring at the figure, and the figure staring back, the man walked off into the woods, out of their sight. With it getting dark soon, and them not knowing what to do, they decided to jump off the dock, swim to shore, and run back to the cabin. From there, they'd be able to wait it out through the weekend until the parents came back on Sunday. The group of boys were able to make it back to the cabin without any sign of the masked man. However, upon arriving to the cabin, they noticed that the back door was ever so slightly left ajar. Tim, having grown up in this cabin, knew that you really had to pull the door shut in order to close it. If you didn't close it all the way, the door would slowly open. Thankfully, him and his friends were at a distance that they could still turn around without alerting the person inside. Tim didn't have absolute proof that there was someone inside. There were no footprints leading to the door. The door being left open could have very well been Tim or one of his friends. Instead of going inside, Tim recommended that they'd stay the night in the treehouse that wasn't too far away. The treehouse was very well concealed. It was a good midway point between the lake and the cabin. By staying there, they would be somewhat safe for the most part and be able to keep an eye on the lake and the cabin at the same time. However, staying in the treehouse would have its obvious downsides. For one, none of the boys had packed a flashlight. By the time they went to the lake, it was still early afternoon. Another downside to the treehouse is that it had no food. A busy day on the lake with a bunch of teenage boys is sure to rack up an appetite. The boys were pretty hungry, but they were more afraid than anything. The boys quietly made their way to the treehouse and climbed up. By this time, the visibility was incredibly low since it was dark out. Tim and his friends waited in the treehouse for a couple of hours. Nothing really happened. All of the boys were getting annoyed since they were so hungry. Right before the boys were about to climb down the ladder to the treehouse, they noticed something. The light to the cabin turned on. A wave of fear washed over the boys as their suspicions were now confirmed. Not only did the cabin light turn on, but they were also seeing movement from inside. The treehouse was about 70 yards from the cabin, so their visibility wasn't great, but they were fairly certain the man inside was the same man earlier that was wearing a mask. The man inside rummaged around for about 20 minutes or so before coming outside with a flashlight. The man shined the flashlight all around as if he was looking for something. The man would pace back and forth frantically. His movement with the light was sporadic. The man started making his way back to the lake, which was bad news. The treehouse was directly in the path to the lake. The man would have to walk directly next to the tree the boys were hiding in. If the man would shine his flashlight upwards, the boys would be done for. Somehow, the boys were able to keep their crying down just enough that the man couldn't hear him. When the man walked past, they could hear him talking to himself. "They're out here somewhere." The man continued walking to the lake, not noticing the treehouse full of boys above him. The man continued walking until he was out of sight. The boys took this opportunity to climb down the ladder and run inside. Once inside, they were able to lock all the doors and windows. Like I said earlier, the cabin didn't have a telephone. Their best option was to wait it out all weekend, which they did. Thankfully, they didn't see the man after that. When Tim's parents came to pick them up, he told them what had happened. The parents were obviously upset at the situation and never let Tim do that ever again, which for Tim, he was actually quite thankful for. A couple of years ago, we went house hunting on the east coast of the United States. We were generally looking for some good deals on houses. That typically includes older homes. Although some homes are out of date, that doesn't mean that they can't be beautiful. Our plan was to buy an older home, fix it up, and make it look new. We spent a full Saturday house hunting. The houses were either out of our budget or simply too small. The last and final house that we looked at seemed to be perfect. It was built in the 70s, had plenty of space, and it was incredibly cheap. We did a quick tour with the real estate agent. He was a very bubbly personality and extremely excited that we were interested in this home. The house wasn't exactly what we were looking for, but it was very close. The money that we would be saving on this house would be enough for us to remodel it. The house was 2 stories and a basement. We did a quick walk around of the house. The house seemed to be in pretty good condition. The last thing for us to look at was the basement. I opened the door to the basement and peered down. The basement looked unfinished. The real estate agent's personality abruptly changed. She went from being bubbly and happy to very anxious and uneasy. I asked her if she could show us the basement, to which she refused. She told us that we could look at it ourselves, but for personal reasons, she wouldn't be joining us. This obviously made me feel uneasy about the basement, but if I was going to buy this home, I definitely had to look at the basement. My wife and I both went down the stairs and did a quick inspection of the basement. It honestly looked like your average unfinished basement. To be honest, nothing looked to be out of place. However, I did notice in one of the corners of the basement, there appeared to be char all over the wall and floor in that area. I figured that perhaps there used to be an old fireplace in this corner, and I didn't think anything of it. We went back upstairs to the real estate agent, to which she seemed to be fine. Things seemed to work out, and we eventually bought the house. We moved in and everything seemed to be fine. That is, until we started to remodel a couple of months later. We started with the basement. The contractors that we hired to finish the basement for us reported smells of something burning. I would go down into the basement to smell for myself, and I didn't smell anything. Our washer and dryer were in the basement, so I was down there about 2 or 3 times a week. The more I would go down there, the more uneasy I started to feel. I remember one night I went down there to dry a blanket that I accidentally spilled something on. While I was down there, I could finally smell it. I smelled something burning. The smell only lasted for a few seconds, but the smell was horrendous. It was as if I was walking by something that was on fire. The smell immediately went away. I figured that the smell was somehow associated with my dryer. I went back upstairs and thought nothing of it. A couple of days later, I was working in my garage by myself. I was putting boxes away when, out of the corner of my eye, I saw something red walk out of the garage. For a brief second, I thought it was perhaps a contractor that had gotten lost and made his way out into my garage. I quickly went the way I saw the person walking. To my surprise, I didn't see anyone. I did a quick walkthrough of my house, and oddly enough, I was by myself. I was fairly certain I saw someone, but then again, I couldn't find who it was, so I just went back to what I was doing back inside the garage. A couple of weeks later, I get a call from my wife. I'm at work and she's at home by herself. She's in the basement doing laundry, and she says she smells something burning. I told her that I smelled the same thing and not to worry about it. I get a call a little bit later in the day. She's crying. I guess she went out to get the mail, and when she was returning, she saw a man in the 2nd-story window. It was only briefly, but it was enough to startle her and for her to call the police. Thankfully, the police weren't too far away, and they were able to inspect the house. No one was inside. My wife and I started to piece together that the smell was associated with whatever was going on inside. Whenever we smelled that burning smell, we would always see an apparition of something. Yesterday, I was by myself in my house when I was walking by the basement. I smelled that burning smell again. I was beginning to prepare myself for what I was about to see. Later on in the day, I thought I heard something in the basement. Knowing that I was probably going to see something, I decided not to go down. Being the frightened child that I am, I decided to place some furniture in front of the basement door. This should solve my ghost problem, at least for the night. Later that evening, when I was getting ready for bed upstairs, I could hear the furniture that I placed in front of the basement door being moved. I knew very well that it wasn't a burglar, but I still had to check. I peered down from the second story, down the staircase into the living room. I could see that part of the furniture had been moved, and the basement door was wide open. I went down the stairs and over to the basement door. I mistakenly looked down the stairs. At the bottom of the stairs, slowly crawling upwards, was the red man. At first, I thought he was on fire, but after adjusting, I could finally see that his skin was actually melting off of him. I immediately closed the door, grabbed my keys, and ran out of that house. I didn't even bother turning off any of the lights or even locking the doors. I stayed in a hotel that night, and I called my wife explaining what had happened. We both agreed, right then and there, that we need to sell this house. My friend John invited me and my friends, Charles, Brayden, and Kyle, to stay the weekend up at his cabin in the woods. It was his uncle's cabin, and it needed to be used a few times through the year, just so things would stay maintained, and squatters wouldn't live there. John was reluctant to invite us up. He had told us many times how haunted this cabin was, and he was afraid that we would say no. Me and most of my friends were skeptical about the paranormal. We didn't see it as anything threatening. We saw the invitation as basically a party up in the cabin. I wasn't even remotely afraid. The cabin was an hour's drive, and then a 40-minute hike deep in the woods. So deep, in fact, I am surprised that it got electricity. The last 10 minutes of driving is almost always in the fog, since it was a good bit ways up in the mountains. This weekend was no exception, and we drove deep into the dense fog, turning the current day into a dull dusk despite it only being 4:30. The hike is all uphill, which felt longer since we were tired and weighed down with more stuff. We were coming to the close of our hike when we noticed a dull glow coming from the cabin. We thought that there might be a squatter, so we approached the cabin with John leading the group. We finally reached the cabin, and John tried the front door. It was still locked. He unlocked it and briefly checked the cabin, but no one was there. Right then and there, I wanted to leave, but it took us so long to get here, and it was almost night. I decided against it. We speculated that either John or his family forgot to turn off the light, or somehow it just turned on while they were away. The cabin itself was actually quite impressive. It was 2 stories, had a nice fire pit out back, and a hot tub. The living room was very large and spacious. It had a big TV and many deer mounts hanging on the wall. I felt uneasy as if there was some dark energy in the air, but I couldn't help to be more than willing to stay, seeing how nice it was inside. We started to unpack and get situated when things began to get weird. I had one of the rooms on the second floor. In the room I was staying in, there was this old rotary phone that looked like it was not able to place a call. It didn't even seem to be connected to anything. I only noticed it because it stuck out like a sore thumb compared to all the nice stuff in the cabin. I picked up the phone to try to hear a dial tone, but I didn't hear anything. I put the phone down on the receiver and began to put my clothes away when the phone rang. It was loud and surprising since I didn't think it was able to work. I answered the phone hesitantly since I was staying in someone else's house. I couldn't hear anything and I asked hello, but no response. I put the phone down and went to put my clothes away again. Once I did that, I went downstairs and mostly everyone was eating food or watching TV, which I gladly joined. The other 2 people were still putting their stuff away upstairs. Everyone but 2 people got their own rooms. We gave that room to the 2 brothers in our group, Braden and Charles. We joked with them saying that that's what they were used to growing up, when in actuality, they never shared a room before. They were only a grade apart despite being 2 years apart in age and being completely different personalities. The brothers came down from putting their stuff away. The overall atmosphere was great, and we almost forgot about what had happened earlier. It was around 10 o'clock when we started a fire outside in the fire pit. We were enjoying ourselves when John had an idea to play a game called Dead Man. The group fell silent. John explained that Dead Man is where one person hides in the cabin with all the lights off, and we each got 3 matches as light sources to try to find them. If you wanted to play the hard way, you can get a Ouija board involved and summon spirits to throw off the people searching for you. You obviously win when you find the person hiding, or if anyone turns the lights on because they're too afraid, the person hiding then wins. I simply didn't want to play, not even a little bit. I was already pretty afraid with what had happened earlier. Everyone's eyes widened with excitement and wanted to play. They were all horror junkies and loved to be afraid all the time. I tried to think about this rationally and proved to myself that there were no such thing as ghosts. I was somewhat intrigued about the concept growing up, but never found anything to support ghosts or anything else that bumps in the night. We finally agreed to play. John then remembered that we had to stop playing by 3:15 a.m. because if we didn't, we couldn't get the spirits to leave. 3:15 was when they were the most powerful and they could stay in our world longer. I rolled my eyes since I knew nothing was going to happen. We drew straws to see who went first, and Charles was the dead man. John then went around the cabin and turned off all the lights. We waited outside by the fire, and we took our 3 matches. John then took out a Ouija board and told Charles to summon some spirits to help him hide. They were allowed to play with us as long as they didn't hurt anyone, and they left when they were asked. Charles repeated what he said, but nothing happened. I was expecting that nothing would happen. Charles then got up and hid in the darkness of the cabin. John then counted to 30, after which we slowly entered the eerie darkness of the cabin. Shadows scattered across the floors and walls, painting this horrific silhouettes of potential monsters and ghouls. We separated and I lit one of my matches to have a dull orange glow shine a light in a 5-foot radius, which lasted about 5 seconds, before I waved it out. No sign of Charles. I then slowly worked myself into my room upstairs, using another match to make sure I didn't fall down the stairs. I got to my room when the room felt cold. It was cold enough that I could see my breath. I lit my last match, but right before I blew it out, the phone rang. I felt around for the phone and I picked it up. A woman spoke softly. "He's under the bunk bed in the other room." The line went dead and my body began to shake with fear. I left the room and went straight to the other room with the bunk beds and looked under. There was a dark figure hiding under the bed. I reached out and said, "Got you, Charles. You're the dead man." He didn't move. I nudged him again and felt his soft body. "Okay, well, you lose and we're going to do another round." I left the room and went downstairs and back outside. Everyone was outside, including Charles. I started to shake and freak out. "John, there's someone in your cabin upstairs. He's under the bunk bed." Charles said that he was hiding there, so it might have been him, but I insisted that I just left there. We stopped the game and went inside and turned on all the lights. We checked the cabin and no one else was inside other than us. That was it for me. I was done with this game and I didn't even care what anyone else thought. I told everyone about what had happened, about who was under the bed and the woman on the phone telling me about the man. Everyone's eyes were wide with disbelief. Everyone agreed to stop playing since they were all freaked out. We all decided to go to bed and talk about leaving in the morning. We were planning on staying 2 nights, but considering the circumstances, we debated on cutting it short. Since we cut the game short, we forgot to close the Ouija board. Or in other words, we forgot to say goodbye. I went to my room by myself and I went to bed. When I fell asleep, I dreamt about everything that had happened that night with oddly accurate details. I dreamed I was watching us from third-person perspective while John was explaining the game from earlier. I wasn't the only one watching. There seemed to be a woman and a man wearing a cloak watching the group next to me in my dream. John and Charles just used the Ouija board to ask the spirits to help play the game. The people watching in my dreams started to walk over to the board. John started to count to 30 and soon went inside. The two entities in my dream began to move the planchette on the Ouija board. They spelled out 2 words, which made my heart sink into my stomach. They spelled out, "Not spirits." The entity that looked like a woman walked up to me and whispered, "You forgot to say goodbye." I shot up in my bed and I was sweating. I glanced at the clock and the clock read 3:21 a.m. I rubbed my eyes and tried to remember what my dream was about. I got up to use the bathroom when I looked down the long, dark hallway. I saw that the bathroom at the end was completely dark. I left my room's light on and took a deep breath and began to make my way down the hallway when I began to remember everything. I froze halfway down the hallway and debated on turning back, but I felt my bladder on the verge of bursting. I continued to the bathroom and felt around for a light switch to turn on. I found it and turned the light on and closed the door behind me. I went to the bathroom and felt absolute dread from behind the shower curtain. I didn't even look at it, but I could feel this electric energy directing my thoughts to open the shower. I hurried to try to use the bathroom quickly when I heard the curtain rings shift ever so slowly. I then heard the curtains move, and I could see from the side view that the curtains were expanding towards me. I immediately turned and ran, not washing my hands or turning off the lights. I heard the curtains snap open and footsteps approach me. I began to cry when I was halfway down the hallway when the light in my room turned off. I was so scared of what was following me that I kept running until I entered the room and slammed the door shut. The footsteps behind me stopped at my door. I could see under the door since the light in the bathroom was still on. I could see someone standing in front of my door. The light in the bathroom turned off, and the knob to my door began to shake frantically. I had no idea what to do. I was considering calling one of my friends to help, but I wasn't sure who was able to help me. I just sat in front of my door in case whatever it was able to get in. I tried to call John, but when I pulled my phone out, the thing trying to get into my room stopped. I looked up in disbelief, wondering what to do next. Right then my phone rang in my hand, scaring me. I looked down to see it was John calling me. I answered and he told me to stay calm and not to come outside. There was something waiting outside my door. I asked what it was and he said he wasn't sure, but it was tall and it was dark. Too tall to be human. I began to panic and I remembered about my dream. I whispered like I did in my dream, "Not spirit." John asked me where I heard that, and I told him about my dream, and he let out a surprised gasp. "We forgot to say goodbye," John said. John called everyone and told them what was happening. He told them that by not saying goodbye, that these things didn't have to leave, and more importantly, they could possibly hurt us. Steven searches the job wanted page on the newspaper, hopefully to land a new job. It had been several months since he'd been laid off from his programming job due to downsizing. After a few minutes of searching, he finds a security position that pays $40 an hour at a manufacturing warehouse across town. This job seemed amazing, and the qualifications appeared to be minimal. Steven was above average height, a solid build with a thick mustache that people often complimented him on. He chuckled to himself, thinking that he fit the stereotypical tough guy, even though he was more of a nerd than anything. Steven called the number on the newspaper, to which an old man answered. After discussing the details of the position, the old man asked Steven how soon he could start. Steven, being funny, said he could start right now, to which the old man said, "All right, you start tonight at 7. Steven drove to the location of business, half an hour before his shift started. The address led him to a warehouse that was near a railroad on the outskirts of town. He parked his car and entered the building to see a small lobby with a lady and an older gentleman with a big gut wearing a gold chain. He assumed that the man was the person he was talking to earlier. "Are you Steven?" the old man said. Yes I am." "That's wonderful. Let me show you around." Wow, this guy's to the point, Steven thought. The old man walked him into an office with 12 monitors on the wall that all projected images from a large warehouse. This is what you gotta do. At 7 p.m. when everyone leaves, you watch these monitors and make sure no one goes in or out of the room. Do you understand? He looked on the screens to see that the warehouse was full of these mannequins. Hundreds of them. All organized in these very specific lines. The old man gestured to the door. "Come here, I want to show you the room." He followed the old man to the door that was heavily locked. He used a key on 2 different locks and slid the sliding door open, and they walked inside. This warehouse had hundreds of these mannequins. As creepy as they were also equally impressive. They were so organized, but no 2 mannequins were the same. The body features were in different positions, and the faces had unique features. All of them. Normally, mannequins all look similar or mass-produced. Stephen followed the old man out of the warehouse and watched him lock the warehouse door. The old man then gave him keys to the door and walked to the exit of the building. The old man handed him cash up front in an envelope and told him the only rule here is to never open the warehouse door. The old man then left and went outside. A few seconds later, he heard a click on the door the old man just left out of. The door was now locked. The old man had locked Stephen inside. Stephen figured that the keys that he was given would have access to this door, so he didn't pay any mind. On the way back to the security room, he heard a loud bang on the warehouse door. "Hey, new guy, Carl locked me in here on accident. Can you open up?" Steve jumped at first, thinking that he was the only one here. "I was told to never open this door," Stephen said. The voice on the other side said, "Wow, you must be new. You obviously can't leave me in here all night. I need to go home." Stephen hesitated for a few seconds, but then unlocked the locks on the door and opened it. To Stephen's surprise, there was no one behind the door, just the vast number of mannequins, all facing away. All but one. It was in the back of the warehouse and it was out of line, facing towards the door. Stephen went inside and checked all the sides of the warehouse looking for a door that someone could have entered through. Not only could he not find a door, but he wasn't able to find a window or anything. This has got to be some kind of hazing for the new guy, Stephen thought. Spook the new guy. Stephen then walked to the mannequin that was out of position and inspected it to see that it was unique and had these piercing eyes. Stephen then moved the mannequin back in line so it was in line with the others. He slowly made his way out of the warehouse, locking the door behind him. He went into the security room and looked at the video to see if he could find the prankster coworker hiding amongst the mannequins. Sure enough, upon reviewing the tape, he saw one of the mannequins move. The mannequins were so many and so well made that he thought that this would be perfect for any person to blend in. As Stephen watched the tape, he saw about 5 mannequins sneak out of the warehouse. What? How many people are in on this? Stephen bursted out of the security room, not feeling amused, and found 5 mannequins in weird positions in the lobby. He walked up to one of them, inspected it closely, and picked it up, confirming that it was indeed a mannequin. Stephen inspected the lobby and the other offices in the building, and couldn't find anyone else nor another exit for anyone to leave from. He then made his way to the front door, pressed on it, and quickly remembered that the old man had locked it. Stephen was concerned, but figured that the set of keys that he was given had a key on it that could unlock the door. He tried all the keys, but none of them worked. At that moment, he heard banging on the warehouse door again. Stephen was beyond spooked and was even a bit mad. He hurried to open the warehouse door, hoping to catch them in the act. He slid the door open quickly while the pounding was still going on, and to his surprise, all of the mannequins were facing the door. His heart sunk and he felt all of their eyes looking into his soul. He couldn't even think what to do, he was so scared. Suddenly he felt multiple hands grab him from behind and force him into the warehouse. Stephen tried to struggle, but the 5 mannequins behind him were too much for him to handle. The whole warehouse erupted with voices and all the mannequins began to move. Some walked towards him while others went out to the lobby. The mannequins pinned him on the floor and he tried his best to break free. The mannequins weren't very strong, but there were just so many of them. After a few minutes of trying to fight them, he was out of breath. Suddenly, the mannequins that had left had now returned with the big machine. The machine was loud and let out a smell of burnt plastic. Steve was exhausted, but he still tried to break free. The mannequins then placed the machine over him, and he could feel the heat coming off of it. The mannequins then pressed a button on the machine. It began to lower onto him completely, and he couldn't move at all. The next morning at 7 a.m., the old man entered the building to find everything in place. He found the envelope full of money and the set of keys on his desk. He shook his head in disappointment. The warehouse was clean, and it looked the same as when he left it. Later that day, a young woman in her late 20s came in. She was asking about the new security job position that had just opened. The old man then smiled and said, "Yes, let me show you around."